All right, happy Monday, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for making me part of your day. A Monday. So thanks for joining me. Don't forget to vote in our poll. Who is going to win the national championship game tonight? Be sure to visit us on X. Follow us there as well. And vote in our poll. We've got a couple hours left. We got 57% thinking it's going to be Houston. So let's get some more votes there. Let's get some thoughts there going. All right, Jeremy gets a full spot in the Hit Parade mixer. Looks like we got a 20-box Hit Parade mixer loaded up. Heath also gets 2 full spots there. Jason gets a full spot. Matt picks up some spots in Select Baseball. Looks like Select Baseball. Brand new release drops tomorrow. Let's put Select Baseball in this section over here. Select MLB. Looks like they're full cases, 12 box. Pick your teams. And it looks like we've got 4 of those loaded up. Nice. So as I always like to say, get your teams before someone else does, because someone else will. We got some sort of Terminator movie on in the background.
Birthday. She's an adult. Please help me. So much. Gotcha. Always. I knew it. Ah. Thank you very much. Patients who have 617 but also want wider deep, they have to make a choice, one versus the other.
All right, so Matt Smith gets the Select train started, gets the Yankees in 1 and 2. Josh gets a spot in some fillers here. Look, what do we got here? So we have Hit Parade, autographed jerseys, and the filler is a baseball box. Got it. So let's find a space for that.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
Hey kid, it's pronounced Liberty. Liberty.
So Hit Parade autographed jersey,
That's enough, you two.
10 box random team.
Just two.
Only pay for what you need.
Panera's packed with flavored bagels just got stacked with even more for just $7.99. Your new Asiago bagel stacks. Choose from the chicken Roma, grilled chicken and green Cabbage dressing, the spicy steak or zesty Tuscan. Only $7.99 each and only at Panera for a limited time.
And the filler for that hit parade will be a 2020 HTA box. Not 2021, slight difference. Alright, so Josh gets a filler spot there. And gets a spot in the... What's this other new break here? Helmets? Yeah, helmets. So let's put that in this section here. So that is Hit Parade football helmet. Hit Parade helmet, 4-box random team 2. And the filler is a 2024 Prism NFL Retail.
Cravings boxes from Taco Bell. $5 go classic. For $7 go black. For $9 discover something. Lux good. Lux Cravings boxes from Taco Bell.
I used to smoke. I thought it helped with.
Alright, so Josh gets a filler spot right there. Awesome. Martin gets a full spot in the Hit Parade baseball mixer. It's 20 boxes.
But it's not going to control me anymore. With Bimzoids, I can't wait to say I'm back.
Alright, thanks Martin. There's George with a full spot in the Hit Parade baseball mixer and gets into the Hit Parade baseball filler, which is a pack of 2021 Topps Chrome Anniversary 1-pack random team number 1. And that, giving away 4 spots in the Hit Parade break. So George gets 4 spots in the filler there, getting us started on that. And we got Joe with a spot in Select Baseball. Pick your team number 1, gets the Orioles. That is a brand new release. You can pre-order 2024 Panini Select MLB. Drops tomorrow. So we've gone through not a lot of orders right now, but we've gone through all the orders. Maybe we can get something going by the 45-minute mark. We're getting close to the bottom of the hour. Don't forget to vote in our poll. Let people know what you think. So go to X and vote. All right, so you can pre-order Select right now. We've got Hit Parade Baseball. I've got a giant Hit Parade Baseball mixer. So this is all in the baseball section here. Hit Parade Baseball, autographed jerseys. That's a multi-sport. Paul Skeens hunting, more Leaf. Select pre-orders. Football, we've got helmets. Ways to get into the helmet. We've got NT Collegiate. That's our last box of NT Collegiate. We've got more Bowman Chrome University. Don't sleep on that. Cooper Flagg is in there. Juju Watkins is in there. And, you know, other future stars of basketball. NBA, WNBA. You think it'll be close tonight? 68-67 Duke. Unfortunately, Duke is not in it. I think a lot of people wish they were. All right, so we got a lot of stuff out there on X. If you want to follow us and, you know, reshare some of our posts, maybe get a couple extra eyeballs on there, I think that would be certainly appreciated. Always keep an eye on the break schedule that we have pinned in the chat. Don't forget to sign up for our text messages. Every once in a while, we'll send out some discount codes there. Always make sure you're watching live so you don't think I'm ignoring you. If you ask a question I'm not responding, you're probably lagging behind. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's always helpful too. Maybe that, makes us show up on some more recommended videos. That's always helpful. And of course, I've gone through all the orders. Nothing's sold out yet. But it's probably a bright idea to go get your teams and spots on jaspyscasebreaks.com. And then we can see, let's see what our first break of the day is going to be. So that's what we got, boys and girls. Thanks for making me part of your Championship Monday. I'll obviously have the game on. We'll be watching the game together, seeing who ends up winning it all. See what our regional coverage is on MLB Network. It's blacked out. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's probably the Dodgers probably just started. They're on a East Coast road trip. There we go, Dodgers Nationals. Yeah, some early baseball for Joe.
Challenges us, inspires us. This journey never stops. Because to change what healthier can mean, there's only one direction to go.
Ace's new Yard RX program prescribes the best lawn care, specific to your yard's needs, delivered every season. Because when the plant cleaner rises, less weeds and fewer bugs. Now you can get a personal prescription delivered to you from the helpful folks at Ace. You get everything you need at our best price each season, guaranteed. From our store to your phone door, the service you need is guaranteed. Ace is the place with the hell of a lot of better deals.
Alt X, what's going on? Look at this story. Man pleads guilty to selling more than $250,000 in fake memorabilia. Former California resident pleads guilty Monday to selling $100,000 in fake memorabilia, including items authorities say were purported, can't talk today, signatures of famous athletes, actors, celebrities, in a scheme dating to 2010. The man, Anthony J. Tremaine, 58, is formerly of West Covina, California, which is not, it's about, 45 minutes east of Jaspys, maybe an hour east of Jaspys. He now lives in Rosarito, Mexico. He appeared in U.S. District Court in Santa Ana, pleaded guilty to one count of mail fraud, faces maximum sentence of 20 years, blah, 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 blah. What was he selling? He advertised memorabilia in Orange County, Los Angeles, among other places, sometimes included certified bogus. Wow. Cooperating witness said Tremaine sold the memorabilia purportedly signed by members of the Lakers, Clippers, Bulls, Heat, Angels, then of Anaheim, LA Kings, and a golf star. Other items include multiple replicas of Stanley Cups, multiple signed replica Stanley Cups, signed boxing gloves, fraudulent Masters jackets and flags. Jeez. Pro Football Hall of Fame jackets, guitars signed by museums, a fraudulent signed Beatles photo with a celebrity boxer. Jeez. Movie memorabilia, autographs from Hunger Games stars, Twilight, Star Wars, Captain America, Kardashians. Wow. Justice now served. Yeah, sometimes it's, it's because of guys like him where it's kind of hard to trust like a private collector when it comes to like memorabilia like that. Which is why, maybe you go with, a more trusted source like Hit Parade, Fanatics Under Wraps, among others. I think the damage is done. I mean, there are witnesses that say they were, there are people that cooperated. So maybe they'll try, maybe those guys can try to get something back. Just all depends on what this guy has done with the money. Obviously, if it's still sitting in a bank account somewhere, I'm sure the federal government can garnish that, try to get something back to the people. Unless this guy's just burned through all this money and says, I don't have any money. I think that's the first step is the criminal part of it, where send this guy to jail. Then the other difficult part of it is like, damages. Can you get any kind of money back? So we'll see. I guess there are witnesses, so maybe these cooperating witnesses can maybe get something back. We hope. What's happening in baseball? I think only one game is in the books. I was luckily on the Tigers today. They beat the Yankees 6-2. Casey Mize. I mean, if he... Still very early, but that's someone we got to monitor as a dust off your Casey Mize rookies. But I think he's the former number 1 overall pick. I think he had brought back his split finger fastball this spring, and so now he started off the season 2-0 with a sub-1 ERA, just 2 starts, 11 innings, 12 strikeouts, sub-1 whip.
Casey Mize.
Yeah, so that might be a. We'll have to wait. Still very early, only 11 innings, but we'll see. Light day today, mostly a travel day for a lot of teams on a Monday. Cardinals at Pirates, Dodgers at Nationals, Red Sox, Blue Jays at Red Sox, Marlins at Mets, Rangers at Cubs, Twins at Royals.
There's a lot of games for Monday.
Orioles at, this is kind of a lot for Monday. Orioles at Diamondbacks, Houston's at Seattle, Reds are in San Francisco, Padres are in Oakland.
Can I guess all your bets for today?
Yes.
How many do you have?
Well, don't look at the screen,
What?
because I'm going to have to look. I have 5 bets today.
Okay, and one of them was Detroit.
Correct.
Okay, wait, go off this. I need to see the games.
Okay.
It doesn't show the odds.
Oh. Who, the thief? I think the ESPN article said that he was 58 years old and could see 20 years in prison.
So you have Washington.
Yep.
I mean, you're definitely going Marlins here.
Actually, no. There's no value there.
Oh, there's no
It's
value.
just that bad, yeah.
I feel like there's some pretty good value on Texas here.
No, there wasn't.
Oh, Houston for sure.
I forget.
Orioles, Astros, and A's.
Okay, I'm on Washington, Minnesota, Baltimore, and Cincinnati.
Okay. I got 3 of them.
But Detroit was my big play. The others are tiny plays. Nationals are a medium play. Should be a good pitching matchup today. The return of Dustin May. He had a pretty solid first start. 5 innings, just allowed 1 hit, a few walks, 6 strikeouts, no earned runs. It was no decision. And Mackenzie Gore had 13 strikeouts in his debut, right? Yeah, against the Phillies, too. Good team. 6 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, no walks, 13 strikeouts. A little bit sloppier in Toronto. 5 innings, a few earned runs, a couple walks, 5 strikeouts, but he's pretty good. He is one of those players that I think by the time I think at his height of his prospect powers, I think his future value, he's one of the few players that had a future value of 70, I think. Yeah, he had look at that, future value of 70 on a 70 to 80 scale. And that just, not too many players are at that level. And a future value of 70 on a 20 to 80 scale essentially says you're going to be you're going to peak as a pretty semi-regular all-star. And very good odds of being a superstar. Most players, even current stars, most players, their future value tops out at 50, 55 or something like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last order I got was an hour ago. So don't forget to get your spots on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Browse around, grab a spot or two. Any spot anywhere could spark some momentum for Breaksville. We're already at the 45-minute mark. Maybe we can get something done by the top of the hour. At the very least, I would pre-order that Select Baseball. If you want to go big game hunting, Reds are $250. think the Yankees already snapped up. Brewers are 110, Padres are 130, Mariners are 130, Nationals are $100. You got some nice mid-range teams as well. Your $50, $60 teams. Cubs are at $60. That's a popular team, right? Royals $80, Angels $70, Dodgers are only $80. All right, $50 Mets, $60 A's. They got some prospects there. Phillies $50, Rangers $70, and then we've got some inexpensive teams. If you're just like, hey, I just want to be part of this 12-box break, right? $35 Braves, $40 Diamondbacks. That's really not a lot. White Sox $35, Rockies are $20, Tigers are $30. All right, a lot of $35 teams. Marlins, Twins, $35, Rays $35, Blue Jays $30. So you can pre-order Select Baseball Pick Your Team 1. That drops tomorrow. Full 12 boxes, too. Full 12 boxes. So that should be a lot of fun. There you go. Matt, with our first order in an hour, is going to pre-order. Nice. Gets the Yankees in 3 and 4. He has them in 1 and 2. And looks like Beckett's got a checklist set up already.
Into this matchup hot. Back-to-back multi-hit games against the Phillies.
All right, so let's see anything new with Select Baseball. 2 autos, 1 memorabilia. All right. Sticks with the usual Select formula. Tiered base set, large rainbows, lots of inserts. Right, Concourse, Premier level, Diamond level. I think that's just 3, right? That's good. I feel like they've ballooned up to like 4 or 5 different levels, but I like that they're bringing it down to just 3 levels. I really like that. All cards, no matter the tier. There's Mookie Betts going into a double play. All cards, no matter the tier, have an assortment of parallels, multicolor patterns, tie-dye, zebra, 1-of-1 gold vinyls or something that we're looking for. All right, the tie-dyes are always popular. Gold vinyls are always nice. We got dual signatures and autograph memorabilia are also on the checklist. Selective swatches bring more relic pieces. 9 standard inserts such as select numbers in each box. Yeah, the color wheel, that's a big chase. That's a tough chase. I don't know if that's 1 per case. It might be a little more rare than 1 per case, but we'll find out. Retired stars and prospects. Some veterans, just because of the licensing thing, but we got the good prospects, right? Jackson Churio still in there. So obviously, the big teams are a big team for a reason. Like the Reds, 2 different Ellie De La Cruz autographs. Brett Lauder in the mix as well, among others. Looks like Ellie doesn't have any base. That's kind of weird. But Ken Griffey Jr. color would be awesome. A Pete Rose Ichiro dual auto would be awesome. So, but Ellie De La Cruz autographs are definitely driving that price. Obviously, Skeens is in there as well. But it's a good checklist, This is kind of how I think a lot of people, will do their research. You basically pick a team that you're kind of eyeballing, right? Let's take a mid-range team like the $80 Royals. Go to the checklist like this, click Kansas City Royals. Beckett does a good job about sorting these by team. You can see what kind of base you're going to get, right? And all of those base will have parallels. So if you get like a diamond level Bobby Witt Jr. 1-of-1, that might cover a good chunk of the spot. believe it or not. All right, he's got autograph memorabilia as well, color wheel possibilities. All right, then you got old school guys like George Brett autos. You know, all these swatches will have, you know, parallels, including one of ones. A lot of inserts, Bobby Witt Jr. autographs. You know, that's the kind of stuff that you want to see. Not bad for an $80 team, especially if you compare it with like the higher end teams, which are hundreds of dollars. You can kind of see where, like, obviously the checklist is a little smaller. And I think that'll reflect in the price as well, but still some nice things, nice players to chase. All card chip as well. All right, let's go even cheaper. Like, let's say you're really budget hunting. What about the Rockies for 20 bucks? What can you get out of there? All right, Chase Dollander just got called up. He's one of their Rockies pitching prospects. You know, he's got some autos, right? Some swatches. You know, maybe some old school guys. Big Cat, Andres Galarraga is in there. You know, Adiel Amador. Again, not a huge checklist, but, you know, if you stumble into a Andres Galarraga and a Chase Dollander or something like that, I'll bet that'll cover the 20 bucks pretty quickly. You might even be able to grind out some of these parallels too from the base set and get your 20 bucks back pretty quickly, and you're part of a fun break. Hey, listen, if you stumble into a one of one, that'd be pretty awesome. You might double, triple your money back right there pretty quickly. So you can go big game hunting. You can go, you know, we need all the rollers in this. We need low rollers to snap up the low rolling teams, medium rollers, high rollers. If we all work together, you know, we'll do some damage on the pre-orders for Select Baseball. And don't forget to vote in our poll that I put on X, formerly known as Twitter. Be sure to go there, follow us, and put a vote in. Let us know what you think. Who's going to win the national championship game tonight? And currently, 57%. They're going Cougars, Houston. You know, watching this Nationals game, I always feel like in all of these new baseball product, the Nationals are always one of the more underrated teams. I know it's $100, but you've got future stars like Dylan Cruz, and you get Expo stuff too, but future stars like Dylan Cruz, James Wood, Brady House, Robert Hassel, Elijah Green. You got Andre Dawson, Expos. But just the Dylan Cruz, James Wood combo right here. You know what? Dylan Cruz was second overall pick behind his teammate Paul Skeens. You know, he's got a future value of 60. Game power, raw power. He's got speed. James Wood too. James Wood has power speed combination. I mean, all right, there's another 65 value, another power speed guy. I mean, there's a world. It's crazy to think about, but you know they're still kind of rebuilding. But Jacob Young is a speedster as well. There's a world in which those corner outfielders, James Wood and Dylan Cruz, could be 30-30 guys, but just regularly. 30 homers, 30 stolen bases. You know, Jacob Young could probably steal another 30 bases. You know, I think C.J. Abrams has a little bit of pop as well. He had 20 homers last year and 30 bases. There could be 4 guys on that team that could go 30-30, which is kind of crazy. Keibert Ruiz is no slouch, former Dodger prospect. Good catcher. He's good for, 15 to 20 homers. Not bad from the catcher spot. Right? Guys like Robert Hassel are still waiting in the wings. He was a part of that Juan Soto deal. Mackenzie Gore's really good. If they could maybe add all they need to do is just wait for these youngsters to kind of develop over the next couple seasons or so. You know, if they can get another... Josh Bell's a good vet bat in the middle of that lineup too. If they could stack a nice pitcher at the top of that rotation, that could be a really good team, really fast. All right, Aaron picks up Select Baseball, Astros and Braves. Nice, number 1. Listen, gang, if you're interested in this brand new release, most of the league is still there. 26 teams still available. So there's the link right there. Grab your spots. You know, while most of the teams are still available, there's a good shot that your team is still out there. Little light on orders to start the day, but hopefully things will pick up as the day goes along. So keep things going, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? Where is everybody? Maybe everyone's just thinking national championship game tonight, huh? Everyone's excited about that. Now for breaks that we can do today, you know, we've got a lot of new stuff up there too. We got Hit Parade Baseball plus fillers, right? Those officially licensed autographed jerseys plus a filler. We got a lot of Impeccable Baseball, 17 teams left. That's always been a popular product. Let's breathe some life back into that. If you want to chase after Paul Skeen's Bowman Firsts, I only need 6 people for that. Quick little 1-box break. That Leaf Ultimate Sports is always a fun one to do as well. And I'm pretty sure that Leaf Ultimate Sports is from a fresh case. No, this is the last box of this case. And then number 71 will be from a fresh case. So if we finish that off, we can start another 1-box break from a freshie. Helmets are back. That NT Collegiate is our last box. We've got a couple fillers we're planning on as well, but let's get that going. Right? And remember, those jerseys, Ovechkin is in there as well. That'd be pretty nice, especially considering he's a record breaker now. What about some Bowman Chrome University? Let's chase after some future stars of the NBA and WNBA. So a lot of great options, ladies and gentlemen.
To the 2-1, Hernandez moves and foul. TK still sitting on 3 hits, 1 runs, 3.
Also, Masters Week, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like even the most casual of golf fans will at least keep an ear bent towards the Masters. I'll have to spend a bit of this week trying to do a little bit of research.
the spirit of Augusta National and the legacy of Bobby Jones closer than pretty much anybody that I can ever think of. But there is a sublimity and a grandeur about Augusta National that at least
All right, James placing an order for the Hit Parade jersey filler.
in a night sky that's just burning with a billion stars. So there's the wonderment and awe of this place.
Which is a box of 2020 Bowman Chrome HTA. We've been working on a lot of 2021 Bowman Chrome. I think we've run out of all of that, but
Place is just permeated with ghosts of past great golfers that remind us that one of the things about golfing is that genius is not unique.
so there it is. There's the filler for the Hit Parade jersey break. $32.99, $33 can help you win a $135 spot.
Present generation and future generations, and it does make the hair stand up on the back. Yeah, it does. We all have those.
Now it seems like they didn't make a lot of these boxes, right? So we're doing 10 boxes out of 100. So I mean, I don't know how many Ovechkin jerseys are in this run. I would imagine not many of the 100. But even if there's just a couple, that would be awesome. We got 10 of those 100 jerseys. You know, maybe it's our case that has the Ovechkin hiding in there somewhere. That'd be a good time of year to get that.
People tell that toss that camera away is old fashioned, but it's not. I think what this represents is something of the highest standard, developed of the highest standards, and incredible memories, and incredible canvas that players of the best players of the year can express themselves and create great memories, as you say. So it's so much to look forward to. We've got to talk to you about it.
It feels like we're on the cusp of maybe an epic Masters. Scotty Scheffler trying to reassert his Masters dominance. Bryson DeChambeau back after what was a terrific season in the majors in 2024. Then they mentioned Jordan. They're trying to recapture some of the magic we saw a decade ago here at Augusta National. And then there is Rory McIlroy. Rory once again is the story. Wonder Kid, most naturally gifted since Tiger in the 2011 US Open. 8 shots, 2 months after blowing a 4-shot, 54-hole lead right here at the Masters, leading in the final round, showing a resilience that would become a hallmark of his career. 2012 at Kiowa, PGA Championship, another 8-shot runaway, again demonstrating Saquon Barkley breakaway speed. Two legs of the career Grand Slam. Third came at the Open in 2014. Royal Liverpool Royal won at the time for youngest at 25 to get 2 legs of the slam with Tiger and Jack. This one extra special because Mon Rosie did not win her first 2 major wins, but was there at Hoyle, tears streaming down her face. She walked on to that final green. Then a month later at Valhalla, another PGA Championship with Tiger battling injury. There's now no doubt who the best player in the world was. Nicklaus said that week in Kentucky, he thought Rory could win 15 to 20 majors. But since then, 38 starts, the majors, no wins. Hard to fathom. 3 of his 4 runner-up finishes coming over the last 3 years. The Masters, backdoor 64 final round. The U.S. Opens the last 2 years were absolutely soul-crushing. So all that heartbreak is still up to my new hope. That's what makes Rory the most high-esque of the modern players. Exciting but fallible and human. More on his latest quest. We say good evening to Tom Scott.
Hi there, Rich. Late last year, Rory McIlroy committed himself to becoming a better player. It started with his mechanics. He went into a studio to work on the deficiencies in his swing with the aid of his longtime swing coach, Michael Bannon, who joined him virtually. Rory was able to figure out what he was doing right and what he was able to do wrong. So now he's got his mechanics figured out. He really admires the mechanics of Scotty Scheffler, but he also admires the mentality of Scotty Scheffler as well. And he's trying to mimic Scotty's attitude of playing with fun, not letting what he does on the golf course define him as a person. And that work mentally and mechanically has benefited Rory McIlroy in 2025. I want to take you to the Monterey Peninsula for Rory's very first start on the PGA Tour this year. He wins the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am in tough conditions against an elite field. This was a signature event, so off to a good start on the PGA Tour for the season. The following month, McIlroy was able to capture the Players in a Monday playoff over J.J. Spawn. McIlroy admitted he didn't really have his best stuff at the stadium course, but he remained positive to pull off the win against the toughest field he has faced so far this year. Now, McIlroy arrived at Augusta today. He hoped to see the golf course, but of course, Mother Nature got in the way. He has, though, played 2 rounds here at Augusta National in the last 2 weeks. On March the 24th, on his way to Houston to the PGA Tour event there, he stopped off on that Monday to get an 18-hole practice round in. And then after finishing in the top 5 in Houston, the Monday after, he stopped here in Augusta once again for another 18-hole practice round. And I can tell you this, walking in practice rounds of the PGA Tour, whether it's at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, the Players, the conversations I'm having with Rory is that he is in a very good, free state of mind entering the Players. A state of mind I haven't seen in a long, long time, Rich.
All right, Todd, it appears he's never come into the Masters better than this year. We appreciate it. We'll get back to Todd in just a moment. Paulie, I'll start with you. You know Rory, I think, better than any of the commentators on the scene today. How do you think his prep has been for this Masters?
Well, as Todd illustrated there, you know, I don't think he's gone into a Masters with as much form as he has. He's won 2 huge events with 2 strong fields in the PGA Tour, including one of the biggest events in the game in the TPC. Winning impressively as well, and impressive, Rich, because he won not playing his best stuff. Historically, we've always seen Rory have to be on his game, have to be flying in order for him to win. We're seeing an evolution of Rory McIlroy. We're seeing the fact that he can be on his B game. He's ranked 10th in ball striking that week and still went on to win a huge event. That's new. We're seeing a short game that's improving, and certainly his putting, I believe, is better than it's ever been. And the work he's done with Brad Faxon is fabulous and really ties in very strongly. We're also seeing, if you want to be buoyed and looking at, how Rory is this going to be the year? You have to think that all of the major opponents, you could pick holes in them, but it's just not last year we were saying how Scotty Scheffler going to be beaten. Stamper Schauffele is trending unbelievable. His stats are phenomenal. We're not saying that this year. These guys are slightly off their game, so maybe that's going to help as well. Because to win, you need a little bit of luck. It's not just playing great. You need opponents. Think Tiger. Think of the guys who made bogey in that back nine when Tiger won at 19. Yeah. Think last year even when Morikawa and Ogre made doubles, right around the turn and opened the door for Scotty to come through. So you need a little bit of luck, and I think with the guys off that a little bit, you need a little bit of that. And then of course you got the next today. Now we know what is better than that golf course. The common guys are down for him. But now we go on the other side, and obviously trying to break through history and be the 6th player, it weighs heavily on his shoulders. The fact that he hasn't won a major championship in 11 years now for the quality of player he has, where he's won every other major title around the world, whether it be anywhere in the DP World Tour, whether it be the Australian Open, whether it be any of our biggest events in Europe, whether it be any of the biggest events.
All right, Scott just picked up a full spot in Hit Parade Baseball. Nice. We've got a flurry of orders there. We had 7 full spots being snapped up already. There's 7 left. And the filler, we're giving away 4 in each filler, so we're planning on 4 fillers for that. But if the full spots keep flying off the shelves, I could cancel a 30-spot filler and add 4 spots back in. So we've, proactively took out the spots already. We reserved them already. We pulled them out for the fillers. So we always plan on a predetermined number of fillers. But if those full spots keep getting snapped up, we're happy to cancel fillers. So keep rolling on that, ladies and gentlemen.
He's buoyed, not giddy. What has held him back here at Augusta National?
Look, there are a lot of reasons to love Rory McIlroy this week, but I would just say that this golf course over the years has just really been his nemesis. There's 2 notable times where he's come in here playing quite a bit better golf than he's actually playing right now. From a strokes gained total in 2012, when he finished 40th here. In 2019, again, from a strokes gained total, it was quite a bit better than he's playing coming in here and he finished 21st. This golf course, for innumerable reasons, technical reasons, granular reasons that we're going to get into in more detail tomorrow and the next night. But suffice it to say, he underperforms from his average. Just basic look at the greens and regulation. Now, on average, the eventual winner since he began playing here in 2019 hit around 52 greens. Rory, well, a green and a half, roughly, maybe a little bit more than that, less than. And when you consider over this shortest period of time. Roy became number 1 in 2012. His last time he was number 1 was 2023. So he's been simultaneously one of the 2 or 3 best drivers in the game, one of the 2 or 3 best players in the game, ostensibly having shorter shots into almost every single par 4 or par 5 hole. He's really struggling from a technical aspect, just finding the greens. And by the way, he's made 1.5 doubles per Masters on average since then, when essentially the eventual winner on average essentially makes 0. There's a few, but essentially 0. Now, from a mental standpoint, we can just say that when he's played his best golf on Sunday, every time he's broken 70 here on Sunday, he was so far back that it was highly improbable that he would have a chance to win. If you go right there all the way down to 2022, he went on 64 shot when he began the day, and he was 10 back. He went from 9th to 2nd. 66 that he shot right there. You see,
All right, James picks up the Mets Select 1. Select Baseball pre-orders. Drops tomorrow. Get your teams now before someone else does. Maybe we can get something done by the bottom of the hour, folks. Slow start to the day, but hopefully things will pick up as the evening goes on.
so the chances went along.
Tony, just a short counter. He has what now in his arsenal available to him in terms of his overall game that makes him a better fit at least this year for Augusta National?
Yeah, I mean, I take all Brandon's points, and that's what he's talking about winning his big game. I mean, playing the kind of golf that he has been playing this year. He would not have won 5 years ago, so there is an evolution going on. There's a number of reasons for that, Rich. I think Bob Vitalis has been a big voice in his ear. Bob is phenomenal. I mean, the record that he's got, a number of guys who got over the line is phenomenal. I've worked with him myself in the past. He's brilliant. He simplifies things. I think they've also set down the analyzed Scotty Scheffler and how dominant he was last year in the game of golf, and how measured he was in terms of how he played. You don't have to be going all around here. As you say about the double bogeys, you can't, whatever about making bogeys, you can't be making doubles. And history shows that the guys don't make more than, at most 1 double bogey if they're going to win around here. Most of them make 0. So I think I put that a more measured approach. I think.
All right, back-to-back James. He also gets the Mets in Select 2, so he has them in 2 different cases. These are full 12-box case breaks, full case, full case, full case, full case.
And particularly supporting. I love where he is with Brad Faxon, because Brad Faxon teaches in a very creative way. Rory McIlroy hits the golf ball creative. He finds it easy, just like we find getting out of bed in the morning. Getting out of bed in the morning. Rory has always found hitting the golf ball relatively easy. The short game has always been more of a challenge for him, and he got very structured, he got very mechanical, and his putting got worse. And with Brad coming in, he took that away. One of the first things he did with him was then to get a 3-wood and a 5-wood out and start putting that way and being creative. And I think we're seeing that now. There's no practice strokes anymore. He's not overthinking it. He's standing in, he's seeing the line, he's looking over it. No practice stroke. 1 look, 2 look, bang, the ball's rolling.
And James again. Mets in number 3, so he has them in all 3 cases, 3 of the 4 cases.
Brandon, what best illustrates just how difficult this is to do, what he's trying to do in the career Grand Slam?
When you think about the modern Grand Slam that came in more vernacular, I mean, technically in 1934 when the Masters began, the first person to complete the modern career Grand Slam was Gene Saracen in 1935. Okay, from 1935 to 1966, Ben Hogan did it, Gary Player did it, and Jack Nicklaus. 4 players did it in a span of 31 years. We have now been 59 years, and just 1 player, and that was Tiger Woods, has managed to do that. So I think that's a testament to not only the increased level of competition, but also to the scrutiny, the increased level of scrutiny. You talked about Bob Rotellis trying to help you get over the hump with this. With all of the pressure, I would argue that no player has faced as much pressure trying to win a championship anywhere, at any time in the men's game, since Bobby Jones was trying to win a U.S. Amateur in 1930 to complete his version of the career Grand Slam. If you look at what Saracen did, Hogan did, and Player did, and Nicklaus did, they did it very quickly.
How about Tiger? Tiger did it. The first chance he got. He did. The Tiger Tiger Slam. No, I'm talking about the Tiger. I would agree. When you say pressure to win a major, the Tiger Slam, and knowing that that opportunity likely would never come along again, even as good as Tiger was in 8 months to think about it, that was heavy pressure.
Absolutely. The only thing I would say there is that there was an inevitability. There was an inevitability when Tiger was about to do. There was a sense that he was miles ahead of everybody else. And if you would have asked people if they thought he was going to win the Masters that week, everybody would have said yes. They believed.
And there's James again. I'll bet that's the Mets. Yes, Mets in 4. Excellent. Yeah, get your teams before someone else does.
He was naming every mountain and every river. When you look at Rory,
Still a lot of teams left and pick your team 1.
inevitability now we're 10 years down the road. So the pressure heaps and heaps and heaps. It continues to be. You say Bob Rotella. I would argue maybe any Bob Rotella, Tony Robbins, Luke Holtz, and Jimmy. If otherwise he was to be alone, and think about it, he's not alone in the aspect of having 3 of the 4 grand legs in the career Grand Slam. 12 players have 3 of the 4 legs in the career Grand Slam. And when you think about those 12 players and the dearth of success that they had as time went on to complete the career Grand Slam, and you look at it closely, you cannot believe how few of them, how few chances there been. Let's go back to my estimation of the best chance that Arnold Palmer had to complete the career Grand Slam. Of course, it was the PGA he was missing. He finished second 64, but distant to Bobby Nichols. He finished second 7, but distant to Dave Stockton. Not that distant. But here he came to the last hole in 1968, further up, a phenomenal shot with a 3-wood to about 7 feet away. There was a flag there from Don Ballard. I've played that course many times. Good at that flag. 7 feet away to tie Julius Burroughs, and perhaps join that elite club at career Grand Slam. He missed it. Sam Snead, yes, famously, the U.S. Open he was missing. But in 1949, after winning the Open at 46, he was tied with Kerry Middlecoff with 2 holes to go. He reached the 71st hole, lost by 1. And of course, he would finish second. The Open he was distant second. Very close. Let me get to 2018. Who on the team was 3 back of Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed wasn't in his league as a player. Didn't have his resume. Didn't have his CV. Way to the right off the tee. That sort of set the tone for the day. And you thought all was not right. But the next hole, he hit an incredibly great second shot.
get on stage?
The second, to about 4 feet away, and missed that. 74, didn't come close. Jordan Speed, 2019 PGA. On paper, it looks like he came close, but if you dig a little deeper, he was 6 back of Brooks Koepka. And that's it. You might say, well, what about Phil Mickelson? He finished second in the U.S. Open 6 times, but after he won the Open Championship in 2013, that's when he needed to win the U.S. Open to complete the career Grand Slam. He would play 10 times. Best finish
Showtime.
28. Tom Watson, after winning the 1982 U.S. Open, would play the PGA 24 times. Best finish 5th. Lee Trevino, after winning the 1974 PGA, he would play the Masters 16 times. Best finish 10. And on and go. The pressure builds, it mounts. And so Rory, I dare say, not only is in the midst of playing the golf course that gives him the most trouble, but also a scenario that has been like a heavy coat on a hot summer day, trying to win the last leg of the Grand Slam.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there's a reason why we 5 guys in one around 11 and he did pinpoint it. But I just finish by saying the answer to this, and the work he's doing for Pella, is not going into the deep analysis like you outlined there and kind of putting all that burden on him. It's the opposite. It's trying to keep it as simple as possible. Stay in execution mode more than anything else. And, you know, it's almost like being in a race. You've gone through the finishing line and then you go, okay, I've done it.
I know, but he's been working with Bob for the last 3 or 4 years. This was his worst major last year. It was his worst major the year
I
before.
think
It was his worst major in 2021.
I know, and it's a work in progress, and I agree. I think there was a big learning curve. There was a huge learning curve at the US Open. And I think that US Open may well, looking historically, we could go back and think, you know, that could have been a turning point. I think that hurt a lot. And I think Rory Williams learned a lot from that. He raced so hard to catch down Bryce, and when he caught him, he stopped. That was a mistake that he made. He didn't stay disconnected and kind of got involved all over when he
He's got a great effort to deconstruct that loss.
Yeah.
Say, you have to be willing to get your heart broken. Told us that he sat with us on Monday at the Players Event, but after the U.S. Open at LACC North 2023 lost there, he said, I'd go through this 100 more times to get my hands around one of these things. So his level, you have to have that attitude, and if Rory does get it done this week, well, then he'll be a man for all seasons, one of the rare ones who he could walk this week, live from the Masters, Scotty Scheffler, in a quick-driven, light-minded world, building systems, great round of points and balance, and with the help of his caddy, Ted Scott.
The very first conversation we had, I had some very hard accountability rules that I had for him.
Plus, Bryson DeChambeau, trainers form, and a major factor. Also, the psychology of working worries.
And to be full strength. We're missing one of the, I'd argue, the top 5 hitters in all of baseball. Freddie Freeman. Still only 2 losses this year. 2-2 coming home to Edmond. This is just to prove your point about the bottom of the order, trying to set the table. That was Otani's 4th home run. Those are RBIs 4 and 5. There's not been anybody on for him. There goes Spence. Payoff pitch. Moves to the back door to get at them looking. Dodgers are tied in. Shohei Ohtani happened to be out of Philly after a 11 weekend with too many strikeouts. 2 for 2, 2 RBIs, home run. Sponsored by Del Monte.
This is huge! Get a one-time free Triple Girls Junior Burger. Yes, free! Famous star, Western Bacon, Guac Bacon, or El Diablo. For real! It's free when you download the app and join My Rewards.
The best all-around fit for us was the Tundra. The towing capacity is around 12,000 pounds. Anywhere we've towed it, it feels like the boat's not even behind you. Whether we're on the mountain or exploring the desert, we can get through any trail of terrain. I'm Hayden Leslie, and I drive the Toyota Tundra.
And right now, you can choose from great offers like these on a powerful new Tundra. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Ooh, I don't think they take that here.
Of course they take Discover. It's stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants?
And these are my 14.
Discover is accepted in 99% of places nationwide.
When it comes to healthcare, it's easy to feel like just a number. But at Kent Medicine of USC, our expertise goes beyond your vitals to understand what's vital to you. We truly listen and partner with you, not just as a patient, but as a person. Providing a personalized approach and the most advanced care so you can live a more limitless life. Because while we work with you to treat your body, we love to help your spirit soar. Kent Medicine.
All right, here's Eugene with a spot, 2 spots in the Hit Parade jersey filler. So we're down 26 on the filler.
Nationals getting 2 runs last inning, taking advantage of some shoddy defense. 2 hits, 3 walks issued by May. Garcia, who flied to left his first time. Grounds this one off May, ricochets past Spence into center. Leadoff man's been on all 3 innings. Let's check in with Kirsten Watson.
Joe, all the talk right now has been about the celebration, the new one from this ad from Deporte that Shohei Ohtani took part in. But the best part about this is that Shohei actually started this. So the first time celebration came out was when he hit the home run. But Joe, I'm actually going to send it back to you because I do see Thomas Albert going out to the field to check on Dustin May. So I'm going to have you take this over real quick, Jesse.
Okay. Appreciate Kirsten out there to make sure May's okay. After that ball was hit back and ricocheted off, and it looks like he's okay. Kirsten, you have more on that?
Yeah, so Shohei Ohtani was the one who actually started it. Many of the guys weren't exactly sure where it came from. They saw the commercial, they saw the wing. That's the part that's been missing. But I told them the camera does get close enough. So if you want to give us the wink, we'd love to see it as well, guys.
I think the wink is what really does it. Ruiz took over the first and Garcia. useful to think about. Kind of use this as a chance to think about how far.
Pretty dead today, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't had anyone chat with me in over an hour, about an hour. Orders are trickling in. Not much really happening, ladies and gentlemen. What do we want to do? Should we just call it a night? Reconvene after the national championship game? You tell me. I guess you're telling me right now. Nobody wants to do anything. Although Akorum just picked up a full spot in the Hit Parade mixer. So we got 6 full spots left. And if we can move 6 more full spots, I could cancel a filler. We might be a little bit closer than we think on that one. Maybe everyone's doing national championship stuff.
So the Nationals retake the lead very quickly.
You know, one of the things kind of crazy, you know, you look at May's last start, and he had 11 swing and misses. So far this evening, 46 pitches, not 1 swing and miss. It's cool. Really well.
Josh Bell, look out. Ricochets right to Smith. Throws down into center field. Those not going anywhere.
The lack of crispness outside of the weather continues. Just offensively, just not looking great at all. It's kind of like the game against the Braves, all right. You know, it didn't look good, and it was kind of a tale of 2 games, down 5-0. And hopefully, we got a little of that coming.
Dave Roberts said after that one, he was dumbfounded the way they were playing, and then he was dumbfounded the way they came back. Finds it there, finds the strike zone, 2-1, Bell. Seems like not too long ago, Bell was the next big thing coming up with the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's been 5 years in Pittsburgh. He's been with 5 different teams in the 5 years since then. Pokes on the left, right at Chris Taylor. 2 away. Similar story for this guy here at Paul DeYoung, who had 7 years in St. Louis with the Cardinals and was runner-up to Cody Bellinger for National League Rookie of the Year in 2017. That wasn't it. A couple years later, he had 30 home runs. He was an all-star. But it's gone on a dizzy tour of the big leagues early in the years since then. From the Cardinals to the Blue Jays to the Giants to the White Sox to the Royals, finally to the Nationals on a one-year deal. 31 years of age, 9 years in the big leagues, pretty young. Really aggressive hitter.
Hits one hard down the line towards the pole, but foul.
One of those guys they went out and got to bring in some experience and bring in some power. Ball hit 24 home runs last year between Chicago and Kansas City. Back to a bigger leg kick that he had earlier in his career. He had that 30 home run campaign in St. Louis. See that big leg kick there. Watches it miss inside.
Yeah, his first 3 years in the league, 74 home runs. 25-19, as you mentioned, had that 30 home run season.
On a 2-1 from May, DeYoung pops it into right. Hernandez with a steady and put it away. The Nationals take the lead back. Base hits here. 3-2 after 3.
Touches of black. They say a lot without having to say much. They stand for elegance, refinement, and prestige. Even a little can go a long way. And though they're darker than the darkest night, they make you see everything in a new light. Get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on the purchase of select new 2025 storage and 2025 storage a month.
It can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better. And this. Dupixent is an adderall treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. It's not for sudden breathing problems, and it doesn't replace a rescue inhaler. It's proven to help prevent asthma attacks. Severe allergic reactions can occur. It helps right away for face, mouth, throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away if signs of inflamed blood vessels, like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in limbs. Tell your doctor if you are worsening joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your steroid, asthma, or other treatments without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
High fly ball, deep left field, goodbye. Full drive to left field, give the Dodgers one more. The Dodgers win. Come to Dodger Stadium on Monday, April 14th versus the Rockies for Hello Kitty Night. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Hello Kitty Swish Watch. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Celebrate Korean Heritage Night April 16th. Purchase a special ticket pack for an exclusive Heritage Night jersey presented by Jinro. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Dodgers down the run to the 4th inning. And Teoscar Hernandez to lead off against Mackenzie Gore. Started it with a changeup, missed away. Gore 4 strikeouts so far.
Man, you see what he's been doing with putting guys away with that curveball. The red one right there. He calls that curveball and just the ground out. The fastball up in the zone, the four-seamer. But on those curveballs, he's had 3 swing and miss strikeouts and then 1 looking strikeout.
Hernandez has already against him before. Gave the Dodgers a hard time last year. 6 innings, just 1 run. That home run came on Teoscar's solo shot. He hit it off a changeup. It was the pitch that Gore chose to begin this at-bat. The 2, but the 1-2 is in the Duras and the change. Got it up. It's that home run last year. For the 33, Teoscar hit. Career high, first year in LA. Leading off this fourth. And driving a ball deep down the right field line, but slicing to the seats. Tasker links into this ballpark. 7 home runs his last 9 games here. Will Smith kicking Hernandez to follow. Dodgers trying to win on the day where they celebrated last year's championship at the White House. Tradition began in the 1860s. Broken bat fires to the field, base hit to open the inning. 1865, President Andrew Johnson invited champions of the first amateur league, Atlantis. And the first time a big league team came, 1924, Washington Senators were invited. But they got destroyed. Hernandez on and Smith up. Top of the zone for a strike. Fastball then curve, no swing, 1-1. But fastball, touched down a little bit. He threw more than any pitcher in baseball last year in an era where guys are going away from the 4 seam. He was the rare starter that threw it more than half of the time. Throws it again there to get ahead.
I think he needs to throw it though, not so much as an out pitch, but as something to set up that slider and that curveball. You just have to keep guys on it.
Uses it to get Smith. First strikeout on something other than the curve.
I think that's where he kind of played with Smith there, just that. His previous at-bat, he put him away with that curveball. So if you're willing to think, all right, that curveball's coming again, he's going to try and do it to be down to the top of the zone.
So he gets a strikeout of the fastball there. All 4 hits for the Dodgers have come against that pitch, though. First pitch curve to Hernandez, miss. Strikeout victim on a curveball his first time. He's hoping to get a score. Gold is the 3rd pick of the draft. 2017 out of North Carolina. Of course, of the Padres. And made it to the majors with San Diego, but then the trade happened after that. Eight-player deal, 6 of them coming this way, 2 of them going the other way. You got 3 of them on this roster currently playing significant roles. There's another couple guys that feel like are surefire big leaguers who are close. But you trade a player like that, you better marry him.
Well, and also another player that was involved in that trade this year, too.
Josh Bell. Who said the other
was
one?
going the other way.
And finally, teammates for the guys that you spent the night with. Chase him 2-2. Tough decisions to make when you're Mike Rizzo and you're the front office. And they had offered Juan Soto the same length deal that he wound up signing with the Mets, 14 years, not about half the money.
We'll give you the same year, but less.
Bear with me. They had offered that when he was here. And when he turned that down, they said, okay, we got to get what we can for you. They got several bricks to the foundation of what they hope is the next good era of Nationals baseball. Hernandez down on strikes. The Nationals won the World Series in 2019 with Soto, but they've been the bottom of the division every year since, averaging 32 games out of first place.
I mean, not the way you want to do it, but when you read Bill, like, you got to 60-win team. Because if you're a 60-win team, that means you're playing your young guys, you're trying to get them at bats, get them innings, develop them. What you don't want to be is a team that is rebuilding and winning 78 games. Because that usually means I'm playing my veteran guys, I'm not getting a lot of experience. Being with the A's, and the A's completely, ruined things over there. Terrible for a few years. They're getting better. They've got some young players. Washington, they've got some young players. There are other teams that kind of just stay in that purgatory.
It's not any fun to watch those 60-win teams, for the worst place to be is in between.
Man.
It might be more watchable day to day for a short term, but the long term idea of being stimulated right there is not great. Finally, some of this Watson, guys like that arriving. 2 on pitch to Max Muncy. His cue foul coming. It's 2-2. Gerhard, his first time, was caught right field on a dive by Alex Dahl.
More changing his MO this inning. He's put away 2 guys strike out with fastballs he previously got with the curveball. Got Max in a 2-strike situation here. See if he stays true to this inning.
Tasker started this inning with a single. He's still at first after the back-to-back strikeouts. Make it 3 in a row for Mackenzie Gore and 7 total. Static. No long excuses. Get the best golf equipment and apparel at guaranteed lowest prices at BallasGolfLand.com. Land Golf Land. Free shipping. Returns.
Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. No presets that can limit our purchasing power and DAX to meet our business needs. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. What's in your wallet?
Just for Men gives you your strongest, fullest, thickest looking beard yet. Mustache and beard, now with keratin. In just 5 minutes, score your best beard ever. Just for Men.
Eat Ron. Ron eats, sleeps, and breathes poops. But oh, how you can add a software solution. You need Ron. Ron needs a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for Ron. Let our expertise around yours.
Inclement weather impacted some practice rounds earlier today, but Augusta National still supply the site as there is in sport. Opposite weather forecasted for the remainder of the week. Jim Cornette here on Golf Channel Studios to continue our live front coverage each set for the 89th playing of the Masters. One of the great stories each year, the amateurs competing in the field. In the clubhouse, the crow's nest in the top floor, traditionally available for amateurs wishing to be housed there during the tournament. 1,200 square foot rooms provide living space for up to 5 individuals. Notable amateurs who have stayed in the crow's nest while participating in the Masters tournament, that includes Jack Nicklaus, Ben Crenshaw, and Tiger Woods. With that, let's introduce you to the amateurs in this field. This week is It's Time for Moving Forever Forward, presented by Workday. There are 5 amateurs playing in the 2025 Masters. Justin Hastings is making his debut and first major championship start after winning the Latin American Amateur Championship in January. 2024 U.S. Amateur Champion Jose Luis Ballester of Spain, the first Spaniard to win that championship. Noah Kent finished runner-up in the U.S. Amateur, earning invitations to both the Masters and the U.S. Open in 2025. About 34-year-old Evan Beck making his Masters debut and first major championship start. Last September, he won the U.S. Mid-Amateur. In 2024, NCAA Men's Division I Individual Championship winner, Hiroshi Tai, Singapore, and Jordan Tech. Tai will be the first golfer representing Singapore to participate in the Masters. Let's hear from a couple of these competitors.
You tried to turn a Masters Thursday into a national holiday as a kid. Can you explain your early fascination with this tournament and how you negotiate with your parents to watch a little TV?
Yeah, I was always a big Masters nerd as a kid. I guess I shouldn't say I don't know what drew me to it, but I was drawn to it very early, and I don't know exactly when it started. I would assume sometime in middle school. The Thursday of the Masters, I would come to my parents with a sickness, and it took them about 2 years to catch on before they started to, be like, this is getting a little bit, it's a little bit of a coincidence, right? And I pushed pretty hard, and eventually that just became a thing in my household that the Thursday of the Masters, Justin would be staying home to watch the coverage.
The first question was the coolest experience. I think this is pretty cool to do a press conference. Don't really do that in college very often. The amateur dinner time will be something that I think all of us are looking forward to. Obviously, there's 5 of us here, and I think we're all staying in Crow's Nest as well. So it'll be a really fun Monday night. Definitely a little better than being in class today. So I think the whole experience so far has been amazing, and everyone here has been so lovely.
To add to that, just being in the presence of the best players in the world, the guys you grow up watching on TV and idolizing is I think that's super cool. You turn a corner and see the number 1 player in the world in your face, and it's like, whoa, that's kind of when little things like that hit you. But now I think I speak for both of us when we're super grateful to be living every amateur's dream.
It'll be fun to see what this group of amateurs have in store this week. A reminder, an amateur has never won the Masters, but 3 have finished runner-up. Frank Stranahan in 1947, Ken Venturi in 1956. Charlie Coe did it in 61. A look at defending Masters champion Scotty Scheffler, looking to win his 3rd green jacket in the last 4 years. Coming up, Randall explains how Scheffler's game perfectly fits at Augusta National. It's next.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage brought to you by Workday, the AI platform for your people, money, and agents.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars? Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So, that's a slot. Any questions?
Now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry.
What? Oh, interns.
We're interns. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
X3. People drive the machine. Lease the 2025 BMW X3 30X Drive for $659 per month.
For more than a decade, Forsaga has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Forsaga.
Independence is writing your own story. Heffernan Insurance Brokers is independent. It means just like you, we live our values. We are there for the driven, the dreamers, the risk takers. We know what it takes. We are independent and employee-owned. That is independence. Heffernan Insurance Brokers.
World champion Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. 3-2 Nationals on to the top of the 5th inning. Joe Davis, Eric Karros, Houston Watson. Mackenzie Gore spins that curve for strikeout Rojas. Well, speaking of changing perspectives, talking about that with Dustin May, Miguel Rojas says that he enters this season with one that he's never had. He said it hit him on the last day of spring training, walking out to the field. He has no idea why it happened then, but he had this vision that this could be the last time I ever do this. This could be the last time that I go to spring training. And he's 36 years old. He says, I hope to play another 5 years. But you see some guys at that age that seem like they should have jobs that justify what they're playing, with the way they play, but just haven't gotten deals. And so he He said for so much of your career, you got tunnel vision. First, trying to make the team, improve yourself, and be as good as you can. But he's taken a little step back this year, trying to look at each day with that perspective that, hey, this could be the last time I do this. Trying to maintain that perspective all year. And then hopefully do it again and again. But, hey, you never know. Doors fail. When did it start to hit you? Like, hey, I was gonna mention it, then I'm like, but since you asked, I thought I was gonna be done. I was in Chicago. It was August of 03, and so what I started doing is I started bringing the video camera. And games I wasn't playing, I'd have that thing on the bench, and I started chronicling the August and September. Hot shot to short, DeYoung with a pick. What a play by Paul DeYoung. Giving Miguel Rojas some of his own medicine right there. The sparkling defense. A heck of a play just getting there, but then able to get to his feet and doing a complete 360, picking up the first baseman and making a strong throw. A heck of a play. We'll go on to the fifth, and now Taylor. You still have those. Oh, guys, no, you don't do it. And that was an interesting year because that was 03. And us historians, that was a year that the club went and had the fan interference, almost made it to the World Series. But anyhow, yeah, a ton of footage on video discs. Are those okay? That's what I know they're in these days. I transferred the video disc, and I have it. There are a lot of that doesn't sound fans underneath. No, but they used to be on the high 8. That was crazy, right? What does one play a video disc on? I don't even. I've still got. I got a video disc player, but so the crazy thing is I don't want to. I've had people that want to transfer, want to, do a documentary because I've got stuff that's crazy footage on there, and stuff you couldn't show. Yeah, and I just don't trust anybody. It's kind of crazy, right? DVD. Yeah. Is it video disc like a DVD? Yeah, that's the same. Okay, that's what I meant. Find it in the right field. There you go. We'll get there. Put this on your video disc. Back in the third. Burn me a copy. Could have really thrown you for a loop. I could have said laser disc. Would have been just as confused. Two of the Dodgers' 4 hits in this game. Tom responsible for a single in the first inning as well. We're at a moment 2 this time. Center field, Cruz to the track. Cruz
Go, go.
Can't get it. It ricochets towards the infield. It'll be 3 for Ohtani. He's a double shy of the cycle here in the 5th inning.
Just a double and then he gets a cycle today?
Yeah.
After going to the White House? That's crazy.
I mean, the triple's the hardest one.
I was going to say, he can get a double.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that happened again. He just has to just jog to the second. Like, he wouldn't get into the single. Like, would you do that? Like, if you knew you were a double away from getting a cycle, would you, like, not go for 3 after that?
If I'm leading by, like, 4 runs, then yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Like a hit off the middle of this plate, off the palm of the glove.
I think it's the wall. Oh, where it is, love?
Take away where this hits. I don't think that's above. Oh yeah, no, it is above the leg. It's indentation of the ball.
Tying run 90 feet away. That's at the plate. Ball one. Three of the 5 hits in this game for LA. Shohei Ohtani, single in the first, homer in the third, triple in the fifth. Ball to strike. At least one more at bat coming for Shohei. Needed just 20 pitches to get to the first 2 innings. Blinking's up to 86 here in the fifth. All the bats for the 2-1. Downstairs, ball 3. Dodger lineup, when it's at its best, has a tendency to do this. Get pitchers out of games quickly. Count goes full. The Nationals' bullpen has not been good.
Let's go, Mookie. Nice, easy single.
Dodgers looking for another 2-out run. 3-2 from Gore. Betts muscles one on the ground to third. Throw is in time, and that's the inning. Dodgers strand Ohtani in third, halfway home with a 3-2 game.
Looking for style and performance and fuel efficiency? Then you'll want to make your way to Toyota's spring sales event. But right now, you can lease the all-hybrid Camry with its incredible mileage and range for a low $329 a month. Just $329 a month. But you won't want to wait. Just like spring, a deal like this won't last long. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go.
We make it easy for you.
The new Mega Millions jackpots are going to be higher than ever.
Like how high?
Higher. Still higher.
Wait, how much higher could the possibly go? There's really no telling.
The bigger, better Mega Millions. Play today.
He changed the game of baseball forever. And on Tuesday, April 15th, join us at Dodger Stadium versus the Rockies as we honor Jackie Robinson and celebrate the 70th anniversary of the 1955 World Championship team.
And these Dodgers at last are world champions.
The first 40,000 fans in attendance will take home a 1955 Jackie Robinson home jersey. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Together we watch the unforgettable. Now, we gather again to rally around a team like no other, and no better place to watch it over. On Sports.LA.
Well, the defense not sharp in this game. 2 errors committed by the Dodgers. Other plays around that not going to go down in the scorebook officially, but not tidy. Dustin May's given up 4 runs this season. Only one of them has been earned. 1 of the 3 today. So he trails 3-2 as he delivers now. It's called. Bounces it right back to him. He says, I'm handling this myself. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 5th for May.
You know, one of the things too that when guys aren't making the plays behind you, obviously it's frustrating for you as a pitcher, but what it also does is now you're pitching out of the stretch possibly, or now you're throwing more pitches and that inning. All these things kind of compound. It's not just that isolated play out there.
Strikeout Luis Garcia. That certainly has allowed Dustin May to put his money where his mouth is, talking about being a different guy mentally and ready to handle adversity better. That was one of the things early in his career where when things didn't go his way, good to hit when they don't feel good. You know, all these sorts of things. And very rarely do things just go his way. High fly ball to deep right field. Tasker Hernandez steps onto the track with the win. Garcia Jones misses it. 2 out in the 5th. Saw Dustin's body language right when he hits his ball. Watch him play. Kind of pulling it in. Actually, a few feet to spare. No problem. That's right. Topping 2 down. Now Ruiz. Grounded to second. Diving stop by Rojas from the knee. Throws him out and finishes off a 6-pitch inning for May. Check it out.
He showed up with Pizza Mike's Cheesy Bites Pizza in his A game, slicing through the lane, feeding the post. Best delivery guy ever. Haters odds. The Cheesy Bites Pizza in New Ranch Lovers Flight. Get another Pizza Hut app.
Everyone in LA is on the road nonstop, but as a single mom and a full-time singer, I'm in my Honda more than most. Between school drop-offs, sleepovers, and last-minute gigs, the space of my Honda Pilot is helpful every day. So when I need it most, I know the performance of my Honda helps me make my best performance.
To get your own helpful Honda, like an ECRE for just $319 a month. Search your local Honda dealer today.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. If your long-term disability claim was denied, listen closely. You may be able to recover money. Unum is one of the largest disability insurance carriers, and companies you know like Colonial Life, New York Life, and National Life Group are all part of the Unum family. Unum was fined millions for wrongly denied claims. You may be owed compensation. Let us help you get through the appeal process.
Call Soccer on Ball, 800-568-0141. That's 800-568-0141. I'm not a jury spokesperson.
Have you tried chips and salsa here? No way. My stomach can't handle that stuff anymore. Have you tried probiotics? Yeah, but those never work. I thought so too. Until I tried Peptiva.
Peptiva is one of the first doctor-formulated probiotics that works at night to soothe indigestion, discomfort, bloating, even constipation, while promoting digestive health. And it has time-release melatonin to help you get the best sleep of your life.
Chips and salsa are back on the menu.
Get your complimentary sample by texting FAST to 231231.
Direction. How about the high draw? Is there a hole in house for a high draw more resoundingly than the 18th of the TPC Sawgrass? There is a lot of players who don't have every shot lay up here. Even when they're in contention, even when they're winning, they'll go iron down the right. 3-wood, they'll play safe. High draw, no problem for him. This is a guy that primarily hits spades, though. How about this draw? Final round, 9th hole, last year, needed to get it around, get it enough air to get it over the tree, but kind of turn it, hit that window. How about that? Narrow gap, medium high draw, got it, no problem. Maybe the prettiest shot I saw him hit all last year. The low draw, travels, first round, and he was the 13th, by the way. Gets up on the tee at the 14th. Going about a perfectly executed low draw, an absolute BB around the corner. By the time this would finish, not only would it be in the middle of the fairway, it would be 341 yards. Cameron's going to get here in a minute. No, way down there, right in the middle of the fairway, 64 yards out. So you say, why do you need that? I guess the National, because what? Yeah, you need cuts off these fairways, but there's so many holes where it's important. You need to shape it right to left, like a knife. Reverse camber fairway, hole goes left, fairway goes right. You need a fade, which is primarily his shot. You run the risk of it landing in the fairway, finishing right. So what's he do? Power draw up the left side of the fairway, beautifully played. Set up to a position that goes soft to an edge of that middle tier hole location.
Go.
3 inches makes
What?
tricks.
Yeah.
Beautifully around here, playing on the other side. Scottish Shepherd. And again, not those easy to hit those draws, to hit those high draws. The cut, he's got it. He can do that in his sleep. But when you hit a high cut or a medium cut off the 9, and
This man right here, Teoscar, shattered his back. Former Dodger great Eduardo Salazar, right?
2-2 from Florida Hernandez. The ground ball is short. Young has put some sharp defense over there. 2 out. That works for Carl's Jr.
Get a one-time free triple burger when you download the app and join my rewards.
7 Ks in this game for Gore, including 2 on Will Smith. Into the game with as many walks as he has strikeouts on the year. First at bat, he got low with the curveball. Second time around, put him away with the fastball. Gore kicks and fires. Smith. It's a generous outside corner strike. 2-1. Nobody throwing in the Dodger bullpen. Looks like Dustin May is going to be out there for 6th inning of work. Count goes to 3-1 on Smith. Hernandez to next. On the pitch coming from Gore. Fly to right center. Call. 1-2-3-6 for Gore.
A blind spot is never outside. How it should be. The Hyundai Tucson.
Right now, get 3.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This journey it brings us towards a healthier future. It surprises us, challenges us, inspires us. This journey never stops because to keep you healthier people, there's only one direction to go.
You're sick. On vacation. Big thing, Amazon Pharmacy will deliver meds right to the hotel. Because your wife's not going out there alone with them.
High fly ball, deep left field, goodbye. For the drive to left field, give the Dodgers one more. The Dodgers win it. Come to Dodger Stadium on Monday, April 14th versus the Rockies for Hello Kitty Night. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Hello Kitty Squish Brush. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
World champion Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Morocco Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times. Same thing here at Nationals Park. Couple decades here. Dustin May spins the first one outside, then a Vega low. Nationals up 3-2, bottom of the 6th. Looks like the day's going to finish for Gore at 100 pitches. Swept for the lead. Makes him a couple 100 runs. Dustin May has really been solid again. He's retired the last 8 that he's faced. He's at just 72 pitches still. He's at 1-2.
Well, you mentioned the pitch count. 73 now, but if that defense would have been more efficient, they'd be better off. You'd be in the low 60s.
Joins Yamamoto as the only Dodgers starters to go in the 6th this year. The Dodgers are dead last, averaging just 4 innings per start. We talk about the bullpen leading the majors in innings pitched, but I'm one of these guys. bullpen, but gonna come back to bite you.
That's not acceptable.
Just misses, goes to the corner. Okay. Yesterday was an example of that. 11 walks issued against the Phillies. 5 of them came in to score when you lose by a run. They off the low. Bouncing ball along first. Hernandez charges and takes it himself. McKinney did a really nice job over there at first base. Filling in for Freddie. Made some nice plays in Philadelphia. There are a lot of nuances over there that, if you haven't spent your
Joe, what's going on? Yes, our first break of the day. Thanks to Joe. Gilo, what's going on?
What would you say would be the hardest thing for somebody coming over playing your position at first base?
Thanks, Joe. I thought we were gonna hit my dinner break without a break. And that would have not been good.
You're not always trying to, you gotta catch the ball first. You can make a tag, you can, kind of, again, you don't always have to hold the bag. If you haven't been over there, I mean, you see guys, you watch.
I think you guys are the first people to chat with me in like an hour and a half or so. It's been very lonely. Almost 2 hours. Appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. Good save there. I guess everyone's in college basketball mode. No, everyone's out and about, gonna watch the game, I guess.
Career altering play for him. Dion with 2 gone. Is going after the first pitch. Shannon foul is 1 for 2 today. Singleton scored in the second. That's got 2.
Yeah, I mean, not doing anything else, Gilo. No one else is putting me to work. So I guess I'm just watching a little Dodgers Nationals, and I'll switch over to the basketball game.
0-1 from Mann. Look out. Slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, meeting people to watch a game. Yeah, that's what it seems like everyone's doing, Joe. Everyone's excited about this matchup. You can visit X or Twitter and vote in our national championship poll if you'd like, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are around. Also, I'm loading up the next one box break, which will be from a fresh case. I don't know. You know, I'm think I'm rooting underdog. I think I'm gonna root for Houston.
You see the movement on it, so he just thrown, or tried to throw, those 2 sweepers, and that ball's breaking away from the right hand. He throws his sinker, and just look at that.
What about you, Gilo? Who do you got?
He is a right-handed hitter. Will Smith got clipped in the backswing.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a quick one box break of 2024 Leaf Ultimate Sports. This is number 70, the last box of this case. The next one box break will be from a fresh case. Big thanks to Nick and Joe for getting in on this. There are the numbers right there. Let's roll it. Randomized names and numbers. 3 and a 6, 9 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We got Joe down to Joe. 6 and a 3, 9 times for the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We got 4 down to 0.
Dustin made back, baby.
Yeah, looks like it. It's looking good. Joe, you have all the numbers except for 9. I doubt there's going to be any trades, so I'm just going to go ahead and clean up the spreadsheet a little bit here. And let's print and rip. Oh, maybe I'm rooting for Joe then. I'm rooting for Joe. I want him to win his bracket. Gilo says Hearts is Florida, but you want Houston. It's neck and neck. Which, to some incorrect people, it's close, not tied. All right, there's the final printout right there here on a Monday, the 7th. Let's see what we got in here. Let's grab my knife here. Remember, I marked that number 70 so we know it's from the same case. And again, once again, the next one box break will be from a fresh case. All right, so let's see what we got in here. Good luck. All right, back here is Hendrick. Six pieces of the jersey, game used. 4 out of 25, that'll be for Joe. The auto is Allen Iverson, AI. 5-piece relic and autograph, that is 8 out of 25. That's going to be for Joe in the number 8. Game used memorabilia as well. And the last one here, it is, wow, Ellie Dela Cruz. 3 out of 5. Got some pieces of his lumber, his autograph, a train whistle number, Joe Lawson in number 3. All aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-woo! Game used memorabilia. Nice stuff there, Joe. The gamble paid off. Thanks to Nick for giving this a shot as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, Joe. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next one. Bye-bye. There you go. Enjoy the game, Joe. Hopefully Florida wins and you win your bracket. Maybe a little money. Gotta snap a picture of that. By the way, I know everyone has basketball on the brain, but Shohei Ohtani is a double away from the cycle. We should have one more at bat. If a player or two gets on, Ohtani would have a chance. Ooh. That's a good chunk of change, Joe. Good luck, man. Maybe that Ellie Dela Cruz is a sign. It's a sign of a lucky night ahead. Fingers crossed.
This is a guy that I think there's going to be a big difference in as far as where he is now and where he's going to be later on.
Snap a picture of this hit too.
This is a guy that's hit 35 plus home runs 4 different times in his Dodger career. $190 total. 13 more in the postseason. 1-2 comes home. Muncy takes it in the dirt. The count evens up. Only 80 to go, big guy. 199 for Duke Snyder for the all-time Dodger record. On 2-2, Muncy changes this. For the Nuggets, Stu out. Just threw that slider, kind of spun up out of the zone. Struggles for Max, just continue getting that big 3-hit day together. Another repeat. Rojas to the young. And in the blink of an eye, Superstars got 2-7.
Where can we be?
Hey guys, something I want to talk to you about. There's a change in here. 2 changes. You
Oh, was he? Yeah, that guy's pretty good, right? Bobby Witt Jr. That guy's pretty good.
When it comes to healthcare, it's easy to feel like just a number. But at Hermosa at USC, our expertise goes beyond your vitals to understand what's vital to you. We truly listen and partner with you, not just as a patient, but as a person, providing a personalized approach and the most advanced care so you can live a more limitless life. Because while we work with you to treat your body, we'd love to help your spirit soar. Hermosa at USC. Together, we are.
And listen, I know it's pretty quiet start to the day, but don't forget to pre-order. We still have 25 teams left in Select Baseball. That drops tomorrow.
It's so important in this time of change that we say our sacred ways. I had wanted to ask them why.
This is your reminder to thank the friend who gets McDonald's breakfast with the group, while everyone else sleeps in.
It's a McMuffin kind of morning. Now get 2 sausage McMuffins.
We'll make sure that no one else takes our case of Ultimate.
Celebrate our teachers April 12th at Dodger Stadium. Purchase a special ticket pack for an exclusive Teacher Appreciation Night Crew Neck sweater. Visit Dodger.com/promotions.
How about Dustin May goes 6 innings, retires the final 11 that he faces in just 1 earned run. That's now 11 innings and 1 earned run against him.
Get another real efficient evening.
Ahmed Rosario pinch hits here and leads Anthony Bonder with a base hit to left field. Another former Dodger is doing something to him tonight. Anthony Bonder 5 games. He's got 3
All right, Jorge picks up. Nice, the Dodgers in Select 1 and 2. Drops tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, usually, and I did put eyes on that Leaf Ultimate fresh case. So break number 71 will be from a fresh case. And yeah, traditionally Jason Jaspy comes in a little bit early on new release days. If we have one of these breaks close to selling, pretty much sold out, right? You know, that might determine how early Jason comes in. Sometimes it's a couple hours early. Sometimes he'll come in even earlier than that, especially if we see some select cases getting super close. All right, there you go. Yeah, Aaron wants to get those pre-orders going. Gets the Astros in 2, 3, and 4. He already had the Astros in 1, so now he has them in all the cases we have. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if we're not going to do any breaks tonight, I only did that one Leaf break. It's my only break of the day. It doesn't seem like anything else is really moving. But that Select is, so pre-order away. Drops tomorrow. So we got a decent slate of baseball games for a Monday. Let's see what's going on here. Andy Ibanez had a 3-run homer for the Tigers. They beat the Yankees 6-2. Casey Mize with a really nice start. It's only 2 starts. It's only 11 innings into his season, but we'll have to monitor. It's one to monitor. We're monitoring a lot of people here, and if you know, let's see how he looks. You know, like how many starts do pitchers start this year? But 25? No one does 30 anymore. But let's see how he looks. You know, five starts in, 5-6 starts in. Oh no, James Wood just took Anthony Bond a yard. It's a 2-run shot. Could be a young, exciting team. Cubs are leading the Rangers 2-0. End of the third. Gilo's Royals up 3-1 on the Twins. Top of the 5th, Mets are leading by a run, 1-0. Bottom of the 6th, Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 3-1. And yeah, with that 2-run shot by James Wood, extends the lead for the Nationals 5-2. 5-2. And then Pirates in the middle of the 7th, going to the bottom of the 7th, Pirates are leading the Cardinals 4-2.
That's where he tends to hit one quote-unquote flaw is that he doesn't pull fly balls, but they're saying we're not going to mess with him right now. His natural stroke takes it the other way. 9 of his 11 home runs.
Has he been a rookie for like 18 years? Does it seem like that? I think he's just been a highly touted prospect. You know, I know a lot of, I know he's been in a lot of sets as a prospect for a little while. But I think officially last year was his rookie year. Let's see who's doing the damage for Joey Bart with a homer. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa with a couple RBIs. He's 1 for 2. Donovan and Pozo has the RBIs for them. Ohtani, a double short of a cycle right now. He'll have one more at bat soon. He's 3 for 3, home run, triple, single, 2 RBIs. He's the only one doing work for the Dodgers today. Yeah, James Wood just had a big one. He's on the cover of Bowman this year, man. Why not Dylan Cruz? Dylan Cruz is 0 for 3, but he scored a run. How did he get on base? I don't know how he got on base. Let's see, the new $500 million man, 1 for 2 with a run scored and a walk. Vlad Guerrero Jr. George Springer with a couple RBIs. Jimenez has an RBI as well. Devers looks like an RBI. I don't know how he got that, but he's been hitting a lot better the last couple games. Let's see, the lone RBI coming from Juan Soto. Looks like an RBI double. For the Royals, it is Bobby Witt Jr., Pascantino, and Kyle Isbell with the RBIs. Willie Castor with an RBI for the Twins. Who else is eating ribs here? Ian Happ has eaten a rib, and Amaya's a rib as well. And Alex Call just put one over the head of the center fielder. He's got a stand-up double. Josh just picked up a spot in Leaf 71. It's a 1-box break from a fresh case if anybody wants to join Josh. Very light on orders and just one break in today, boys and girls. So if you want to do something, hey, please put me to work. Oh, nice. Took 3 hours. Yeah. It takes a while. I think my draft took. When did we start? I think ours took like maybe 4 hours. But yeah, it's definitely a different vibe because you have to wait for like your players to be nominated, then you got to bid on those players. You're nominating your own players. You're trying to fake nominate some players so other people blow their budgets on these players. There's a lot of different strategy involved, which I think is more challenging than just and just sitting there and just waiting for a player to just land in your lap. A lot more strategy involved. How much do I value a player?
Other times it's pretty well thought out. The tech forward and tech ready. Lexus NX. World champion Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Ford dealers. Check out the full lineup of stylish, powerful trucks and SUVs. It's time to see Ford in a new light. Nationals opened up a 5-2 lead. Bottom of the seventh, and a Dodger debut coming here from Matt Sauer of San Luis Obispo. You are a Dodger fan. It's to make his Dodger debut. This is Luis Garcia, the runner at second and 1 out. Sauer's first pitch, in the dirt for ball 1.
All right, Sauer, get these turkeys out so we can see Ohtani hit a double for the cycle. Right, yeah, there's a lot of patience involved. For my team this year, I kept Ohtani. Here's my fantasy team here. So I kept Ohtani for $78. So I really didn't have a lot of, and I kept like closers. I hate paying for closers, so I kept some closers as well. But yeah, so I had to really go. It's just really dig deep for a lot of other players. So it's a challenge. It was a challenging draft, but it makes it kind of fun. But most of the action kind of happens at the end of the draft for me. It's because I have a tight budget. Oh, he's out. We got him. Good throw, Tommy Edman. Yeah, this kid's fast too. We used to have a prospect spot, a minor league spot, but we took that out for an additional bench spot, I think. Just a couple of years ago. That was a great throw, Tommy Edman. Good job.
It's just seamless no matter where you put him. Third out on the bases made by the Nationals today. After Ruiz with 2 outs.
We have like 5 keepers, so just one keeper for you? I think we have like 5 or 6 keepers.
Hope at the end of this one you're having the same conversations we were having Friday night, which is the Phillies are too good to make that many outs on the bases. Dodgers trying to prove to be too good to have that many outs on the bases. So, well, you talk about where those outs are made, 2 at third base and 1 at home. In case you wanted to think about putting Tommy Edman on the mound.
Just one. Does that keeper's value go up? Like the following year? It should. That's what most auction leagues do. So you can see our 2025 contract, and then the salary goes up in 2026. So I ended up keeping, it's all the one with the K next to it, Ohtani for 78, kept Junior Caminero for 8. Thinks he's had a decent start to the year. Kept the 2 closers, Clase and Hader, for a lot of money, and then kept Justin Steele for just $4, which I think is a great deal. And I kept Jared Jones too, but that was a mistake. He's on the 60-day IL with an elbow issue, and he had a great year last year. I was really counting on him, but he had some elbow issues. There's a UCL sprain. I mean, I hope just the rest helps and he'll be able to contribute second half of the season, but that jammed up my plans because I definitely relied on him to be like a $20 value pitcher or something like that for a fraction of the price, so we'll see. Cycle watch, ladies and gentlemen. Ohtani. Cycle watch. Now there are a few things that will bring someone more joy than those are popping up in the bubble. Those are awesome.
It became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra. Or get 0.9% APR on 2025 Sierra 1500 miles. Or current eligible GMC owners get over $7,800 total value by Sierra 1500 miles.
I'm gonna watch Ohtani get a double for the cycle and then break for him. That's it. Double. Right downtown, if I could walk 1,000 miles.
And celebrate the 70th anniversary of the 1955 World Championship team. The first 40,000 fans in attendance will take home a 1955 Jackie Robinson home jersey. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com.
Has Ohtani ever had a cycle? So I think that would be impressive. We're just checkboxing like accomplishments. Has Ohtani hit for the cycle? Oh, he already did it. But he hasn't done one as a Dodger. Thank you.
So far, but 1,000 his first year in LA. Fordo and then Ohtani.
Yeah, I mean, and it happened. It happened when he was an Angel, in Tampa Bay. So I mean, it might not have gotten a lot of attention. All right, Ed just got 2 in Leaf, joining Josh. I could do that break really quick before I break for dinner. Yeah, Ichiro never hit for a cycle? Ohtani's the first Japanese-born player? What record can Ohtani break to make us go wow again? I'll give you one, Gilo. Joe DiMaggio's hit streak. That would make you go wow, right? What was it 56 games? So started in May, ended in July. You know, I feel like Ohtani would be probably in mid-season form by mid-May, right? I think that will make us go wow. Also, what's the single game strikeout record? 21 by Tom Chaney of the Washington Senators back in 1962 in a 16-inning game. Yeah, if Ohtani gets like 22 strikeouts in regulation. All right, Ohtani, a double away from the cycle. Let's go, Ohtani. Oh, swings through us. Changeup.
So we got more often than not when he has a chance to do something special, he'll do it. That's assuming he gets a pitch to hit. Sometimes the bat's taken out of his hand. There's that shot at you, I'm saying, attack with it. We're going after him. He's sought after. He hit his 50. Looking for something else. 2-2. Ohtani takes ball 3 on a wild pitch. Conforming to scoring position.
And I get you don't want to give up hits, but you've got a 4-run lead with Conforto. You threw a 3-2 cutter. And even if Shohei hits on the scoreboard, it's a 2-run game.
Here's the payoff. Ohtani takes strike 3.
Come on, Ohtani strikes out, no double.
Yes and wrong. Put that fastball right down the middle, and that was kind of spun at the top part of the zone.
One away from bats. Took a fastball low. Couple ground outs for Mookie today. Plus that walk.
I don't. Who has the most cycles?
To avoid third loss in the 4 games on this road trip. After the 8-0 start.
As of this article in 2022, I think Christian Yelich maybe. He notched his 3rd career cycle against the Reds. That made him only the 5th AL NL player since 1900 to record that many cycles in a career. Oh, Trey Turner also has 3 cycles. Looks like Beltre has 3 cycles. No one has more than 4. And then some old school guys, Babe Herman and Bob Musial. Active players, it's only Trey Turner and Christian Yelich with 3 cycles. Arenado, Freeman, Brock Holt, Carlos Gomez, Michael Kadire, Aaron Hill, Brad Wilkerson, John Allred, George Brett, Chris Spire, Frank White, Bob Watson, Cesar Sedano, Jim Fregosi, Ken Boyer, Westlake, DiMaggio, Dorr, Cronin, Archie Vaughn, Lou Gehrig. All these guys have at least 2.
Tommy didn't play the outfield until a few years ago. Lifetime infielder. Started to sprinkle it in as he got to the major leagues. So Colton, second baseman a few years back, who's had an outfield whose resume. Runner at first, 1 away, 3-run game in the 8th. And a curve for a strikeout Edmund. Most of his time last year came in center. That's the way the Dodgers were constructed at that point. Although everyday shortstop in the postseason once Rojas got hurt.
Ooh, little Dodger rally here.
It's a curveball, leaves it up. Bring in our RBI guy right now, Tail up at the plate. Second in the National League. Only to Kyle Tucker of the Cubs in that category.
All right, well, pretty poor start to the day. I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. We did get a lot of pre-orders, but hopefully we can make the second half of the evening strong. So in order to do that, I need your help. I'm going to need people to get some spots, get some teams on jaspyscasebreaks.com. I'll be back in about half an hour or so. I'll keep poking my head in to see if there's any. I mean, if there's really no orders happening, maybe we'll stretch out the dinner break a little bit. But if I see some orders, I see some breaks sold out, you know, I'll definitely be here to get that done for you. So put me to work, ladies and gentlemen. I am at your service. Thanks, everybody. Be right back. Yeah, Ohtani does need to pick it up, Gilo. Let's get some cycles going, Ohtani. That would be impressive. 4 cycles. That's another record Ohtani can try to break. 4 cycles.
Providing a personalized approach and the most advanced care so you can live a more limitless life. Because while we work with you to treat your body, we love to help your spirits soar. Keck Medicine of USC. Together, we are limitless.
Touches of black. They say a lot without having to say much. They stand for elegance, refinement, and prestige. Even a little can go a long way. And though they're darker than the darkest night, they make you see everything in a new light. Get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on the purchase of select new 2025 Sport and 2025 Summer 2 models.
Hiya, it's Hannah. Here to hammer home how much you can save with Argo Rewards. Earn up to $5 in rewards at sign up and 5 cents on every gallon. How much money have we saved? Let's find out. You didn't think I was going to. There's a stopper on the bottom. Oh, piggy. With Argo Rewards, you never have to break the bank.
Arco, quality top tier gas for less. Now with rewards.
Now they're at it again. The Dodgers trying to come back from down 4. They've got to run the bank here in the 8th. They've got 2 on and now face Kyle Finnegan, who's 3rd in the majors last year in saves, which is saying something for a team that finished near the bottom of the standings. 38 saves a season ago, and he said this is the one real deal down in that bottom that they love right now. He's a real deal, but he's going to be asked to go for a 3rd straight game. There's now 2 of the Diamondbacks. 2 innings in a combined outing. 1 hit, 1 run. Again, this early in the year, to use them 3 days in a row, that just... You figure this would be to get out of this jam with the game on the line right here and have somebody else in the ninth. Are you really going to ask him for 5 outs? I mean, the fact that you're even asking him for the 3rd day, I mean, we just left Philadelphia and Alvarado and throw him 2 days, and he had the first 2 games off against us. I don't know. I just feel like 3 days in a row. This juncture of the season. Dodgers trying to make him pay. That's his favorite pitch right there, the splitter. So more and more guys throw that pitch. Favorite non-fastball, I should say. Does fastball more than anything. Edman at second. Or Edman at first. Betts at second. A 1-0 to Teoscar Hernandez. Another splitter and another ball. 13 runs batted in this year for Hernandez. At his best. 2-1. Certainly pulled the string right there. Now it's way out in front of that pitch. The splitter, as you mentioned, Joe.
at second. It's probably an underpublicized part of this Falcon team so far at 9-2. We talked about some of the imperfections with the defense, the walks from the pitching staff, but the height, not necessarily something you associate with a reigning champion. 2-1. Ball 3. When you think fight, you think teams that are around 500 trying to claw their way into contention. You don't necessarily think a team that's known as the Evil Empire on the outside. I think they know, they believe that they're going to come back. They believe they're in any game. Hernandez shoots a line drive to right field, right at Alex Call. Betts will take third, 2 out.
Casper does a nice job. Hits that ball at 103 miles an hour. Four-seam fastball. Smokes that thing.
Up to Will Smith. We mentioned this earlier. 5 out of 7 with men in scoring position this year. 2 on, 2 out. Top run at the plate in the 8th inning. Finnegan to Smith. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Fastball at deep. See a run on that thing. Staying up in the zone and just bearing it on Will. The 1-1. Lays off 1-2. Hernandez on deck. Singles from Betts and Edmond. They're at the corners. On 2-1. Smith. Couldn't lay off, and the count evens 2-2. Dodgers have broken through here in the 8th inning against the Nationals bullpen. Their first run since Ohtani's home run in the 3rd. Deuces wild in the 8th. The 2-2 from Kyle Finnegan. Off the end of the bat, into center. Blue base hit for Will Smith to bring home Betts, and it's 6-4. He's been one of the best hitters in baseball, period, but especially with 2 strikes this year. Just can't kill him.
He doesn't give away any bats, and he adjusts his swing depending on the situation, depending on the count. He's trying to do there. Finds some space outside the inning.
Tiger Ford going to run at the plate. Hernandez. Strike 1. 3 for 32 in the air.
We give one player to reach, guess who we get to see again?
Ohtani. The 1-1. Strike 2.
Go back to Will Smith. Down 8 for 19 with 2 strikes this season.
420 Blake Clever.
Just as you mentioned, Joey, it gets better when the situation gets more dire.
League average way below 200 with 2 strikes. 1-2 coming from Finnegan to Kike Hernandez. Dodgers get 2. Cut the lead in half.
freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Weigh in.
Like, I'm gonna announce all the high heels and the PNC. Take a look at the scoreboard. The Tokyo has a great selection of the finest new and certified pre-owned dealers in GMC. And that's why the Tokyo's customer service is second to none. Wow, what a great idea. Wait a minute, Mike. It's not the Tokyo 7-minute stretch. What are you doing? Trucks and SUVs? Or how it's saving people Come see what the fun is all about at Polo Chevrolet.
When we finish, back in LA, the post-game show, Access Sportsnet Dodgers. John, Jerry, and Adrian. He got himself a nice man. You can see it. Conforto after pitching, he stays in, plays left field. Matt Sauer remain in the game to pitch. Nationals have Bell, Young, and Tina. The Dodgers, Muncy, Rojas, Conforto, and if one of those guys reaches, you said it, Otani. Strike one on Bell. Cold here, mid-40s. See, it was so cold in Detroit today, they moved the game times for the series. Saw that. And then played in the snow. Supposed to play 3 7 o'clock games against the Yankees. They moved them all to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The wind chill is so cold.
I mean, give me the hottest and hot. It's much rather than playing baseball than the cold weather. Yeah, just baseball is not made for cold weather.
Bell scorches on Mississippi City. So 3 and 4 that Sauer has faced have gotten hits. Bobby Young, couple fabulous plays are short today. He's also singled and scored.
See you tomorrow. Take it easy now. Yeah.
Well, if he wasn't playing baseball, there's a good chance he would be a doctor. Got his biochemistry degree. He's going to go to med school if he hadn't gotten drafted as high as he did the Cardinals years back. Grew up in that world. His grandma's renowned chemist. Uncle was a doctor. As long and challenging as that path is, the medical school path, there's times the last few years for followers wondering what if. Med school doesn't sound that hard. Sauer finds the corner and gets ahead 1-2. Born in Florida, grew up in Illinois. Went to Illinois State. Sauer's 2-2.
All right, set him up. We got that cutter coming. The ground ball, 2 outs.
Good strikeout candidate, too. 30 plate appearances, 15 strikeouts this year. second place. And it's not the Diamondbacks. It's not the Padres. It's the 8-1 San Francisco Giants. Open up a series with the Reds tonight. On the ground, the short could be two. There's one. And there's that double play you were calling for. 6-4-3, 2 gone. Giants have won 9 of their first 10 only one time since moving to San Francisco. It was in 2003. Try to do so tonight. Logan Webb takes the ball against Elliott by Green.
Yeah, they've been doing it. They've been swinging the bats well, some walk-off wins. And there was something the other day that I saw. Wilmer Flores, been there forever. They had a walk-off hit. He's got the second most walk-off hits of any current player in baseball.
He had a bunch of
number one. I mean, Bryce Harper's one, Wilmer Flores two. Like, I would never have guessed it.
1-2 on Rosario.
But yeah, you're right. New York, and remember them.
The new guy, Willie Adonis, has a walk-off hit. Padres, good start as well. They're 8-2. They're in Sacramento tonight. Playing the A's. Diamondbacks host the Orioles. Diamondbacks just dropped 2 of 3 here, and they're 5-5.
I think when all is said and done, that's the team that's going to give the Dodgers the most trouble in this division. Yeah. I think they're so complete. The pitching is good.
Fly to left center field. Tommy Edman on the run. Gets there and sends this game to the 9th inning. Fasten those seatbelts. On scene, Rojas, Conforto, Otani.
I can achieve anything I put my mind to. I can put my future on guaranteed now.
I can start at a community college and finish at my dream university. I can take a smart path to bachelor's degree.
Save money by starting at a California community college and transferring to a guaranteed safe spot at a 4-year university. Learn about the associate degree for transfer and enroll today at icangotocollege.com.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ego, Milwaukee, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery or ready for pickup in 15 minutes. Conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place for helpful hardware, folks. I'm the voice inside your head.
And while you're typically athletic,
Right now, you're pathetic.
Rick,
And once you start listening to me, it's gonna be hard to stop.
shame.
Never have the right auto coverage? Cost is gonna get you out of nowhere. So get Allstate, save money, and be protected from mayhem like me.
Dave Martinez going with his best defensive outfield here. Jacob Young will bring it out as the best defender in baseball last year, now in center. Cruz goes from center to right. Call goes from right to left. So here we go, 9th inning. Kyle Finnegan is going to stay in the game. Max Muncy will lead things off. Rojas is due next, but Hunter Fiducia has stepped into the on-deck circle. Strike one on Muncy.
Just looking for one of these guys to get down to first base so we can get Shohei up to the plate one more time.
For the game and for the cycle. Driven to left center field. Young on the run. Running out of room and watch watching this ball nail the wall, and Max Muncy starts the ninth inning with a double. Just like that, they get the tying run to the plate.
It's a four-seamer. It just continues to run away, stays up in the zone. Max does a nice job of driving the ball the other way. And we talked about it last inning. This is Finnegan's third straight appearance. 3 days, 3 outings. This is his second inning so far.
That's him a lot early on. Fiducia will pinch hit. His season debut. 4 for 12 in his major league debut last year. 1 RBI. He's tearing it up in Oklahoma City over the first week. Home run, had a double. Represents the tying run here. Pinch hitting for Miguel Rojas. Fiducia takes low, ball 2. Showed this game 6-2. Got a couple last inning. Now this 2-0. Fiducia goes a foul 2-1. So Lamar and Finnegan, what they're asking him to do here, 3 days in a row for a 5-out save, which he's not got in 3 years.
Oh, and it's 40 degrees, too. I mean, I don't understand. I really don't. I mean, I get it. Why not have somebody else down there? You're messing around with the health of the guy. 3 in a row. 26 pitches the other day.
21st coming here. 2-2. Fiducia smacks the ground on his second. Garcia gets there and throws him out. To the third, 1 away in the 9th.
Nice play by Garcia. Does a good job of ranging over there and then quick to his feet.
So it's Conforto. Off of the bench, walked and scored last inning. What first impression he's made. Fastball to the knees. On base percentage above 400 with power. 6 of his 8 hits off for extra bases. On the 0-1 from Finnegan, he takes a fastball for strike 2. And so it comes down to this. Day that began with Shohei Ohtani going to the Oval Office comes down to him at the plate, a double shy of the cycle, representing the tying run with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
I don't want a cycle. I want another home run.
Hit 1 in the 3rd. Watches a splitter for ball 1. Single in the 1st, homer in the 3rd, triple in the 5th. 8 years since the last Dodger cycle. So now, that's his other deck. A 2-0 pitch coming to Shohei Ohtani. Takes it calmly, ball 3.
This pitch can't be anywhere near the zone.
Down to the 6th sense for the moment at the plate. Wow. Dodgers down to their last out. Ohtani on 3-1. Takes strike 2. Went splitter. Splitter. You're gonna get a 6?
I mean, you have to, right? Can't try and trick him.
Ball 4. Stuck with a splitter. Tying on a board. Mookie Betts coming up. Different situation than the other day where it made no sense at all. Real time to think about stealing. Here, perhaps worth it. Reball to Warnes.
I still feel like it's got to be the same situation. You got to be 100% because you got Mookie at the plate. We're talking about top 3-4 hitters in baseball. Mookie hit something in the gap showing he's going to score anyhow.
For whatever it's worth, Finnegan not good at controlling the running game. Not many closers are. Last year, 8 steal attempts, all successful. Last 2 years, 23 of the 24. What?
Well, then if he runs, though, you take the bat out of Mookie's hand.
Perhaps. Tommy Edman on deck. Tying run on. Go ahead, run up. 2 out of the 9th. Finnegan to Betts. Ball 1.
Would you believe another
7 in a row. Would you believe 31 pitches on a 3rd straight day? Quite a list of the best hitters the last half century in these situations. The 1-0 pitch. Grounded to second for Garcia. Takes his time, throws him out, and ends the game. Dodgers fall a little bit short. Kyle Finnegan, big speed. A 5-out save. And a 6-4 win for the Nationals.
It came up on the short end, and if you want to look at something positive tonight, you've got to look at the start by Dustin May. 6 innings, only 1 strikeout, but real efficient. A lot of ground balls. Defense didn't help him a lot. Could have even been better, but the fact 6 innings threw well.
Dodgers, though, just 1-3 on this road trip. They'll try to tie the series up with a game apiece tomorrow. Eric Garros, Houston Watson, and the rest of our crew. Joe Davis saying so long from D.C. Access Sportsnet Dodgers is next. We'll talk to you again tomorrow night.
Everyone in LA is on the road nonstop, but as a single mom and a full-time singer, I know my Honda more than most. Between school drop-offs, sleepovers, and last-minute gigs, the space of my Honda Pilot is helpful to everything. So when I need it most, I know the performance of my Honda helps me make my best performance.
To get your own helpful Honda, like a new CRV for just $319 a month, search your local Honda dealer today.
Seems like everyone's in the country these days. Let me show you how it's done. Yep, that Nashville hot sweet heat is here. With my 100% all white meat popcorn chicken starting at $6.99. Tastes good to go country. Get so much more.
For more than a decade, Farsiga has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Farsiga.
If it's actions that speak louder than words, we let the versatile, adventure-ready BMW X3 show you what you mean. BMW X3, the ultimate riding machine.
These are the 2025 BMW X3 30X Drive for $659 per month.
Hello, welcome to Access Sportsnet Dodgers. I'm John Hartson alongside Jeremy Harrison Jr., Adrian Gonzalez. The Dodgers have now lost 3 out of 4
games on this current road trip, and they continue this trend of falling behind in games. They've now trailed in 10 of their first 12 games of this season. In a game where Dustin Major, he pitched really well for 6 innings, even though he didn't have the wipeout stuff in this game. Some shaky defense behind him led to 2 unearned runs, and of course that winds up being the margin of victory for the Nationals.
Yeah, obviously the last few games our defense hasn't been there. Obviously you got to be able to catch the ball. I don't care who you're playing. You got to play good defense, put yourself in a position to win ball games. That said, Dustin May, I love the fact that he pitched. He wasn't trying to throw 99 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. He knew he needed to pitch deep in the ball game, which he did. Got us 6 strong innings. Really deserved a better thing.
Yeah, he definitely did. He pitched a good game. I mean, he, like you said, John, he didn't have the wipeout stuff, only 1 strikeout. Then issued 3 walks earlier in the game, but then he found his command and he was just attacking. Unfortunately, we got those 2 unearned runs there that really put us in a deficit there, and after that it was hard to come back from. McKenzie go through the ball well.
Yeah, we saw the Dodgers yesterday in Philadelphia fall behind a large margin against the Phillies. They came back, actually took the lead, and Adrian tonight fell behind once again by 4 runs, and we saw them beginning of the 8th inning. They started to chip away and had a chance in the 9th inning with both the tying runs on base.
They did. They did a job of battling, staying with it, but that's what this experienced team does. They go out there, they make sure they have quality at bat, especially late in the game. You see Mookie Betts with a clutch RBI hit right there to get him a little bit closer, and Will Smith did a great job staying on that side, on that splitter actually, and hit off the end of the bat for a nice single there. I mean, they did a great job in the 8th inning. Gave it a shot in the 9th, just kicked out a little short.
Their bat sponsor also starts this off. I love this bat path. Going the other way on a line. More than Blaze Max Munson. This is where contact striking. He's really starting to find his groove with that bat here. Confirmation. Gets the job done. Yes, you might keep the ball line moving, be aggressive to that side of the field. There's an almost a base hit. There's just a tough at bat. Fastball in the zone. Once again, even if our mistakes are errors, we give ourselves a chance to come back in this ball game. We just are able to get it.
Tommy walks there, so that will be the tie runs on base. And Mookie Betts trying to come through with an opportunity here, but grounds out to second to end the threat. The Dodgers fall in the series opener for Washington, D.C. So 6-4 the final. Right now, let's head back to the booth in Washington, D.C. Check in one final time with Joe Davis and Eric Karros.
Well, the Dodgers come back at 10 falls a little bit short tie, 6-4. The Nationals get their 3rd consecutive win. For the Dodgers, the 3rd loss in 4 games on the strip.
Yeah, but on the positive, you have to look at what Dustin May did. Look at his last start against Atlanta. He started to incorporate the sweeper through 29 of them, which was a career high. Came back to see 31 of them. That translated to 6 innings, 1 earned run, 3 hits, and he only had 1 strikeout. That's so efficient.
Defense got to be sharper, not just from tonight, but from what we've seen for a lot of this year.
Been a little lax as of late. The Dodgers, as you mentioned during the telecast, have been able to mask it with the home runs and the great relief pitching, and basically winning ball games. But it is something that they've got to shore up, and I expect them to do so starting tomorrow.
Get 3 hits from Ohtani today, the 6 really good innings from Dustin May, not quite enough. They'll try to even the series tomorrow night.
All right, thanks, guys. The Dodgers, before today's game, had a chance to go to the White House, that final celebration of the 2024 season as World Series champions. But it's a new year and a new series in D.C. Let's get to the highlights. The first of this 3-game set with Shohei Ohtani leading it off against Mackenzie Gore at top of the 1st inning, and hits this one very hard.
This ball is scorched up the bat of Shohei Ohtani. Garcia's as good as it gets at second base defensively. Eats him up. Base hit. Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei with a leadoff single, but quickly he would be erased because Mookie Betts grounds 1 to short, and the Nats turn it.
That was a good breaking pitch, a good curveball from Mackenzie Gore. Got Mookie out in front a little bit, gets him to hit it into the ground and get a double play.
Bottom of the 1st inning, Dustin May was struggling a little bit with his command early in this game. He had a couple of walks, and then Nathaniel Lowe lines one to Kike, and Dustin May is able to get out of it. Bottom 2 after another walk to lead off the inning. Paul to Young, ground ball, finds a hole.
Pick up there for the Nationals, obviously. He's a guy who's been around, knows how to swing it.
2 batters later, Dylan Cruz hits a tough one-hopper. Mookie Betts can't come up with it. And a run scores. It's 1-0 Nationals. Originally that was ruled a single. It was changed to an error.
That's a tough one right there. Mookie thought it was going to come up a little bit more than he did. He kind of came up on it as well with his body, and that's a ball that could have been double play.
And then this ball right here to Miguel Rojas is booted, and Mookie's throw is offline.
Yeah, once again, very uncharacteristic errors by the Dodgers. Mickey Rose, as good as it gets, just a backhand just pops out of his glove. We try to pick him up, they're unable to do that. But it's fixable stuff. Moving ahead, looking forward to Dodgers.
2-0 Nationals, top of the third. Chris Taylor, just his second start of the year. And it's a 2-out base runner.
It's so good to see right there. 2 outs. Find a way to get on base for Shohei. Get yourself a CT3 on the board.
And the Dodgers on the board, Adrian, after this blast by Shohei.
Mackenzie Gore trying to go away there, ends up leading it right down the middle, and Shohei was ready for it. Absolute rocket to right field.
2-run shot. We've got a new game.
On the swing here. Again, 2-out lining. That's why you don't give away at bats from the course of a game. New ball game 2-2.
Head to the bottom of the third. Luis Garcia Jr. gets one right back at Dustin May. That's a base hit.
Off the heel. Nothing hurt there.
Caber Ruiz at the plate, and Garcia swipes second base.
This Nats team, they're young, they got some speed, energetic ball club. They could pose some problems for a lot of teams.
And then Lowe hits that one into right field to give the Nationals the lead, right back at 3-2.
Young teams have to manufacture runs by stealing bases and doing some little things, and they were able to accomplish that there.
Bottom of the fourth, this is when Dustin May was really starting to settle into this game. He gets a strikeout to begin the inning.
Good break right there on that slider. It's just a tight slider, starts middle of the plate, down and into the left.
Dylan Cruz at the plate. Browns one that Miguel Rojas has to hurry. Cruz can fly and bang at first. Got him. Got to the fifth. 2 down, Shohei. So close to tying this game on an 0-2 pitch. It is going to be off the wall. That's a triple.
Obviously, Shohei Ohtani has excellent speed, easy speed, chin in the pocket. Nice little stand-up triple.
So he's got the single, the homer, and now a triple. His first 3.
Triple's the hardest one to get.
That's right. The Dodgers have a chance to even up this game after the attempt by Dylan Cruz. Unsuccessful. Do it, Shohei. And that was Shohei on third. Mookie Betts rounds one to third. Inning over. Dodgers still chasing one, going to the bottom of the fifth. Dustin May against Garcia. This guy wanted to Teoscar.
See, just missed that ball right there, but got in on him just enough.
It's a loud out, 2 down for Ruiz. On the ground, Miggy Rowe able to get that one.
Great play by Miggy right there. Good to see him make that play at second base.
Dustin May back out there for the 6th inning. Gets low. Chop one to Kike.
Standing pitch. That pitch is down. They want, what does D-Train say? Live low, live long?
That's right. Dustin May retires the final 11 batters he faces. You can see he was fired up after he gets Paul DeYoung to pop up.
He knew he had to go at least 6 innings there. He's able to battle through it after a little bit of a shaky start, but he found his groove and he was really, really good.
6 innings in the books for Dustin May. Just 1 earned run allowed. Bottom of the 7th, though, Anthony Bonda comes in. Runner on. That's Wood leaving the yard.
Yeah, and that's a 1-2 pitch. They runted it down and away. Probably chases it if it's off the plate. They left it up. With center cut, this young man has got all types of power.
6-7 of him gives the Nationals a 5-2 lead. And then Paul with a shot to right center.
Another pitch that they went in a different spot that ended up more go on the plate. They were able to get a good swing on it.
Bonda's night is done. Here comes Matt Sauer making his Dodgers debut. facing Garcia. The base hit to center, but Tommy Edman comes up throwing and is getting the call on call.
That's really 3 runs down right there. You've got to get the guy to quit, so you forget the cutoff man. You got to make a play there. He does just that. Tommy Edman, you can put him short, second, center, doesn't matter. Absolute C to get called on.
But Ruiz follows with a shot to right. And that's going to plate Garcia to make it 6-2.
Another pitch right there that was left out on the plate. He keep making mistakes, so he had to take advantage.
Top of the 8th, Shohei a double shy of the cycle, but this 3-2 pitch is called out on strikes. So it proved to be a huge out in this inning. Mookie Betts follows with a base hit, that scores a run.
Betts staying in the middle of the field right there. Run to the center.
Michael Conforto and Watt scores. And the Dodgers aren't done. Tommy Edman. That's a base hit.
He worked so hard this offseason on the left-handed swing. Little more upright. Great swing, great back.
Nats go to their closer, Kyle Finnegan, who pitched the previous 2 games. He's trying to get a 5-out save, and Will Smith dumps one in.
Yeah, it's asking a lot from the young closer there to go out there and get a 5-out save after being in the previous 2 games. But the Nats knew they had to go out there and do their best to win this game.
So it's 6-4 going to the 9th, and Max Muncy starts it off with a shot to the gap in left center.
Another great sign. Max Muncy started to really square up the baseball now. We need him, his production there in that middle of the line. Great swing.
Hunter Fiducia, pitch hitting. Nice play by Garcia. Michael Conforto chases 97 upstairs, and then Shohei representing the tying run. 3-2 pitch. That's ball 4.
Having those splits there, making sure getting you something to hit or something out of the play to tie the game. And then after
Mookie Betts tries to shoot one through that hole on the right side, but grounds out to seconds. And that's the way this one ends. Dodgers fall 6-4. They drop to 9-3 on the season. Dustin May is the losing pitcher. Goes 6 innings, gave up 3 runs. Only one of them was earned. Shohei goes 3 for 4 with his 4th home run, a triple, 2 RBIs, and a walk. Mookie Betts went 1 for 4 with an RBI. Here's what's ahead on the Dodgers calendar. Justin Robleski will be getting the start tomorrow in D.C. Wednesday's getaway day game is a 1 o'clock first pitch here on the West Coast. An off day Thursday before the Dodgers come home Friday to host the Chicago Cubs on Freddie Freeman's bobblehead night. Monday, the Rockies will be in town to begin a 3-game series. Sunday's game on ESPN, all others right here on Sportsnet LA. 3 hits today from Shohei Ohtani, including his 4th home run of the season. We will hear from Shohei, plus more reaction from DC after the Nationals take it 6-4. Seems like everyone's going to the country these days. Let me show you how it's done. Yep, that Nashville hot sweet heat is here. On my 100% all-white meat popcorn chicken starting at $6.99. It's good to go country. Get so much more.
It's your moment, your game, your place, your time to play. It's fun. It's exciting. And you're winning and winning and winning. Your moment is now at Morocco Casino Resort and Spa. Morocco. Good times, great moments.
much money have we saved? Let's find out. You didn't think I was going to. There's a stopper on the bottom. Oh, beauty. With Aqua Rewards, you never have to break the bank.
Arco, quality top-tier gas for less, now with rewards. Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country? Ford. Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? Ford. That's not a coincidence. It's a commitment. A commitment Ford dealers share by offering employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford vehicles.
Now get employee pricing available across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay. Only for your local Ford dealer.
Carl's junior moment of the game. Dodgers defense a little shaky early in this game, but in the bottom of the seventh, Tommy Edman cuts down a runner on the plate.
Tommy did a great job running from deep center field to get this ball. It would have come up like a middle infielder like he is as well. He could have made a great transition and a strong throw directly right at the catcher, right at Will Smith. All he had to do was catch it, put the tag on. That was just a great job from a versatile all-around player.
Nationals beat the Dodgers, those 6-4 in the final. Big night for Shohei Ohtani. Right now, he's standing by with Kirsten Watson in the media.
Shohei, you're getting late in the game like that. Are you thinking, hey, good a cycle, or what's just going through your mind, especially those final two at-bats you had?
2打席は最後に組み立てた通り心境で打席に向かいました。
でも本当に塁に出ることをまずどんな打席もそうですけど、4打席目はちょっと最後塁に行かなきゃいけないかなと思うんですけど、基本的にやることはあまり変わらないと思うので、最後の打席もしっかりといい打席だったかなと思います。
My approach really doesn't change. It's to really try to get on base. That fourth at bat, I should have at least take a hack and see what happened. But overall, my approach doesn't really change.
A lot of things that are positive right now for this team, but there are a few things that Dave Roberts has talked about, just kind of looking to get back on track. What's the conversation just amongst the players as you all are kind of trying to right a few of the wrongs?
雰囲気はいいと思いますけども、やっぱり中で修正しないといけないポイントありますから。
それまでもチーム全体としては、なんですかね、今日みたいに少し離されてもまた追い上げて粘り強く戦えてるかなと思うし、逆に言えばホームの試合でもそうだ噛み合ってたのかなという印象がちょっとずつこうちょっとの違いで追い上げていけないかなというところはあるかなと思うので、雰囲気自体は悪いことはないですし、本当に切り替えて勝っていきたいかなと思います。
I still feel pretty good about the team. Even though we're playing from behind, we're able to at least give a pretty good fight. At home, I do feel like we were able to flip the score and play even better baseball.
Experience at the White House, especially that moment between the president and the belongings.
本当に光栄なことだと思いますし、こうして僕は日本から来て、ここにプレーさせてもらってるわけなので、本当に一日一日この国に感謝してますし、その国のトップの方に会えたことが
Only 2 orders here. Looks like we're in for a sad night tonight. Jason K with Prism Retail. That's going to help fill up the Hit Parade helmet break and a spot in the Hit Parade jersey break. Thank you, Jason. And Josh gets 4 in the filler for the 20 box Hit Parade mixer. That's it. That's all the orders I got. So listen, if you want a break, I don't know what else to say. You know where to go. You know what to do. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. There's pre-orders available too. All right, so you let me know what's next. So we just have 2 orders in the last hour. That's it. So place some orders. Let me know that you want a break.
Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Truck Month. 12 qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on this Silverado. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
When it comes to healthcare, it's easy to feel like just a number. But at Care Medicine at USC, our expertise goes beyond your vitals to understand what's vital to you. We truly listen and partner with you, not just as a patient, but as a person. Providing a personalized approach and the most advanced care so you can live a more limitless life. Because while we work with you to treat your body, we love to help your spirit soar. Care Medicine at USC. Together, we are limitless.
Welcome to the home brand. I'm Dr. Janelle. We're here to give away a beautiful brand new home coat. Just Dr. for more details. But home street win.
Would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say to them? I would, and I have. You know, I don't just go around for real good. I'm very open with it, where I can be talking face to face with somebody and I do know they're not. I used to do that. I was terrible at that. I was terrible about what they thought. So when I see people looking at them, I'm like, you know, they're not really right. 99% of the time they go, what? But you can't even tell. And I know that, you know, if they are interested in something like that, I give them a name and I give them a number and I say, this is really good for something like this.
Dodgers fall to the Nationals by the final of 6-4. Dustin made a really strong 6 innings tonight. Let's hear from him with Kirsten and the media.
Dustin, when you look at this outing, just when did you find out you really kind of felt like you were settling in? Because it seemed kind of more after that, I guess, fourth inning.
Yeah, probably the fourth inning. Fourth, fifth, and sixth, I felt pretty settled. Throw a strike, first ratings. I don't think I could have been paid any more to throw a strike. So, yeah, settled in fourth, fifth, and sixth. And I felt like it was strong.
Did you see it was just missing, I guess, really game for you that wasn't allowing you to execute the pitches as you went to?
Kind of everything. Just wasn't really feeling synced up with my mechanics and everything. Just kind of feeling rushed. And you're not feeling synced up or not finding it really just kind of getting the beat. Just getting more throws. For me, the more I throw, the better I feel. So when we get out and get through the rough innings, good outcomes, knowing that I can expect. I mean, it was just today. It was an early launch today. No one would not get that early, but it was, didn't have it in the first three, so it's okay.
You know, you talked about how just after your last outing, that was more of a kind of the emotions, the return, the anticipation of that. You felt just with
Offensive rebound, get easy baskets. So no, they're not getting the traditional post up score, but they're getting in the paint. And Clayton Jr., without even a scoring, still has 5 assists because he's still looking for his things in that thing. But coach, get out the way and let me do the work. I don't need a pick and roll. This guy can't guard me. But the one adjustment they can make with the pick and roll, put a shooter in there. Put a shooter in there with Clayton. Because that shot is wide open. Obviously, if you drag that ball over, put one. Go ahead, go ahead. No, you're exactly right, but they passed up shots. You can't pass up shots. He's passed it out of the double. They have passed up shots, trying to get closer
your mouth. This one closest spots to Jay, right? Look at fried bone. Come on, Chris. Chris, yes. Oh, that's his thing. He's not the only one looking at that big stone. Don't hide that. Don't hide it, Chris. Don't hide it. Can't even check. That's right. Don't hide it. No, it's not flexing when it's yours, baby. It's not flexing when it's yours. It's flexing with somebody else's. There goes Malik Wilson. 3-point game, 31-28.
It's an insignificant guarantee because not everything in life is guaranteed. Don't sweat it. We are best to give those smartphones like iPhone 16 on us. If you're choosing my best plan, you gotta stay wild. Right now, trading your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 off your new iPhone.
The best all-around fit for us was the Tundra. The towing capacity is around 12,000 pounds. Anywhere we've towed it, it feels like the boat's not even behind you. Whether we're on the mountain or exploring the desert, we can get through any trail of terrain. I'm Hayden Leslie, and I drive the Toyota Tundra.
And right now, you can choose from great offers like these on a powerful new Tundra. Make it easy. Toyota, let's go places. This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture descriptions or accounts be made without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
It was really great to see those two women persevere. Yeah, be healthy and be able to get it done yesterday. 12 national championships. She's a memory. Hey, I had a rough day yesterday. I had 2 TVs going. I had the hockey game on TV, and I had the dirt dog in the ground. I was going to have my head on the swivel. Shout out to Ovechkin too, man. Oh, my God. Shout out to Ovechkin. That was amazing. You got 2 TVs in your room with this hotel? No, we were in the bar. I was about to say, his hotel room, but it was the bar. Where did you have to ask her? He was in his hotel. I know, I was in his hotel. So we got a 3-point game going to the second half part. Put it in a nutshell for you. Well, I tell you, whoever can take care of the ball and get quality shots, I think they'll be able to spurt. They got a little more spurtability than Houston. If they take care of the ball, defensive rebound, which they did a good job, they'll be able to pull away, I think. It's 20 minutes to a title. And now to Blake and Joe. I didn't need to see that. Yes, you know, the guarantee is brought to you
too little or too much, or you want too little?
Okay, congratulations. Here's Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. You're good. We're looking for insurance options and find the right coverage even if it's not with us. What's the bad news? I skipped the line.
There's losing, and then there's being the loser. Game time comes with enough pressure. Way too often, people are betting on sports, losing, and taking it out on the athletes. Only a loser will harass college athletes at the losing bet. But it happens almost every day. Root for your team. Get crazy when the buzzer sounds. But don't harass anyone because you lost the bet. It's time we draw the line and put an end to the abuse. Brought to you by the NCAA.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hear about the reward? Okay. Shrek is all new CBS Sunday. It's streaming on Paramount Plus.
And more sport coverage than ever before in the Bleacher Report app. Be sure to download the all-new Bleacher Report app today. One of these two teams is 20 minutes away from a championship. The second half is coming up from San Antonio.
All right, folks, it's been about 45 minutes since our last order, just 2 orders in the last hour and a half. Pretty dead in the chat. I'm imagining everyone's watching the college basketball game, but it is on a commercial right now, so if you want to get some spots going, you know where to go, jaspyscasebreaks.com.
We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids. They love that they're so comfortable here. Be done.
If Demodex mites are targeting up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Extend. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Extend is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you, it's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
The K4 and K5 represent what comes next. The next movement of innovation. And the next movement of acceleration.
second chance points for Florida. Just 2 turnovers for Houston. They got a nice jolt from the bench. At halftime, Tracy caught up with Florida guard Will Richard.
Well, you have half the team's points with 14. Others struggling, though, including Walter Payton Jr. How do you guys get something going offensively and others involved against this defense?
Just executing, making the simple reads and playing for each other. Got to limit turnovers and work on that.
20 minutes, though, till the national championship. You guys have come back. It's only 3 points. What was the final message?
Just fight through. Stay the course and we'll give ourselves a great chance.
Good luck. Thanks.
Tracy on the Eagle Point ball built around 3. Let's look at it from a positive point of view. I know that's tough to touchdown. Florida is only down 3. They were down 8 against Auburn. Houston, the positive is they've done everything that they wanted to do against this Florida team. Will Richard and the savior right now for the Gators.
I admire your positive attitude.
He's shooting it.
Richard has been nothing but positive. His shooting from the perimeter, 4 of 6 from the 3-point line. And what I like, the Gators have recognized the high game, finding in the transition, hitting shots all over, but he needs help. As he said, execution a must for his team. That right here paints such an exciting picture. As we take a look, tonight struggle a little bit. I think that is probably in prior. But listen to this. Mark Adams, a friend of mine, top 3 scorers in the league of 12. They average 18 points. Versus Houston, all 3 guys average 8 points and 30%. That's Keyshawn Hall, of course, UCF, and JT Top, Texas Tech, Devon Small, West Virginia. So if they know who you are and what your numbers are, they're going to destroy your mentality with the physical play and being in the right spots.
This is who Houston is. 35-4 this season. Florida also ranked 35-4. And the second half of the national championship is underway. Pryor limited in that first half. Roberts gets it back to Pryor.
Let's keep that space.
Crowded there by Clayton. And it's Roberts. It's a blocking foul on Condon.
That's a kind of doing a good job knowing Roberts likes to get to that left hand. Sort of a broken play there. Condon trying to keep those feet just a little bit late drawing that charge. And never got chest to chest on it. One thing Todd Golden has done well during this tournament is adjustments at halftime. They've been a second half team, the Gators. Has to be Clayton off the ball. Give it up. They come back and get it. Pryor got it. The window they talk about, right? A front window, 2 feet, 3 feet. On the bench now to drill the deep one.
Houston is 33-0 and holding their opponent to 70 points or fewer. Drive is deep there on the inside.
Roberts right there.
Ahead, Sharp. That's rejected by Clayton.
Sharp isn't a much of a conscience, does he? Not at all. It's a confident stroker from deep. What a reaction by Clayton. And he'll do a lot of things to get his one on.
1 minute gone by in the second half. 6-point lead for the Houston Cougars. And 6 points for Houston.
All right, Logan just got a spot in the helmet filler. Prism retail box. Gets that down to 29.
Calvin Sampson at half, happy with the execution of the game plan, especially on defense. He said the game is going to come down to who knocks down shots. He said we're getting good looks, they're just not falling. You saw that.
So that's only one order in the last 45 minutes. Pretty much approaching an hour pretty quickly at the 15-minute mark. Maybe we can get something going by the bottom of the hour. I've only done one break today, so it's been a pretty sad day for me. And we haven't even gotten a lot of pre-orders either for Select that drops on Wednesday. We're still, only a handful of teams in each break is gone, so it's been pretty dead today. No one in the chat. Gilo was here a little bit early. We chatted for a little bit, but it was about almost 2 hours since before Gilo. And now it's already been a solid hour since anybody said anything in the chat. I guess everyone's watching the game. We are too. But hopefully, maybe we'll see things pick up after the game. I hope. But if you're here now, help us out. Get a spot or two.
chance here if you want to creep back in this. Fryer. Nice point. Spin, fade, another game this kid. Off the rim. And the rebound is grabbed by Howard. Clinton doesn't have that little game. Nice one. The seal and the slap for Condon. Condon once again getting down the floor, rim running. Great awareness and delivery. But getting stopped right now for Florida. Maybe some offense somehow, some way. Must. Uzak using the screen. They switch it now with Clinton defensively. Uzak knocked away by Clinton. Turnover. Clinton running the floor. Fumbled it for a moment. Spins. Let that show. Foul call. Second swing with the bounce. He did the first half as well. Great steal, great pass, and great delivery. A little life after that timeout from the Gators.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. From the original Freedom Machine came the original SUV, and we build every Wrangler and Gladiator right here in Toledo. The Grand Cherokee and Grand Wagoneer built right here in Michigan. We've always stood for American freedom. Now with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, you can choose your own plan. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand. Then, now, forever.
Here's another tip from the solution. How to create a good advantage.
So I'm running Scott for some pressure in his.
I did it.
Living best probably.
I don't really like to make. I'm scared.
With Verizon and that, so I can lock in a low price for 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Check out the House of Highlights fan cam brought to you by the ATC Guarantee. Nice look at the Uzak corner. And defense, the name of the game for Houston. Leading to offense and acrobatic finishes. What the fan cam on gold medals. Houston track and field coach.
Huh. Carl Lewis is the track and field coach at the University of Houston. In case you were wondering what he was up to.
Free throws here for Clinton. He's made 20 of 21 in his last 2 games. He has yet to score tonight. Averaging 18.5 points per game. And there's 7 assists. Just let it come to you, let it breathe a little bit. Those free throws, keep the ball through the basket.
Tripped a little bit there. Look at this, the isolation. Roberts can use his quickness against the taller Condon there. And you know he likes to get that right shoulder. Oh yeah, no, that was a push.
Yeah, that is 17 fouls already against Florida. So 1-1 here for Emmanuel Sharp, who shoots it at 87%. 14 minutes. All time on the foul line. The Big 12 back-to-back national championships. 2021, 2022, Baylor and Kansas. And Houston is trying to do something that they have never done before. Bring the title. Or nobody on the free throw line. Not saying he used to do this at Temple. Pretty sure nobody was over the back. Makes a mistake. Sharp goes 1 out of 2. The Houston lead is 11. First shot came out too. Trevor and a foul call on the floor against Houston. Clayton now on the bench, replaced by Aberdeen. Good look there at the time.
I know, they're playing well.
Side to side, get the defense to shift a bit. Create that open shot. Condon on the glass.
That's the second foul on Jawar.
Thanks, they're a little oversized.
When you were playing in the struggle, I'm sure. I
played on the side.
Right?
How do you play it?
Like Clayton right now seems to be that all.
Right here, looks like they're going to review, but no, when you're struggling, you got to.
Unless you play on the weekend. So back up. I was supposed to play a tee off at 1:30 and I tee off at 2:30.
When you finish.
Very
good top art.
Yeah, it took 17. Which is pretty annoying because if we
You see Condon's arm up high there.
play
The
it, we're
contact
supposed to
there.
play it.
That's really cool. Condon. And yes, Roberts is holding, but do I think that rises to a flavor of one? No, fellas. I think it's a call to foul.
There's no doubt that Florida and their head coach
Right?
recognize how
Grabbing his
physical
own.
they have to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a dangerous play, right?
I wonder if it's taken them a little bit and if they're all a little rhythm.
What's one of the things that he talked about with
Pop your elbow.
This
Not careful.
last season didn't mean they were tough enough. The workouts in the summer, they came back better.
I see it when they left over and then they bring him down to the ground.
Yeah.
That's like an automatic.
That's what I'll be.
At halftime because they've come out and they're uncharacteristically physical, which has caused them to
I didn't think Houston would be cruising like this. I thought Florida should go to close.
By the way, this young man may have
Yeah.
Gene's not pretty sympathetic, by the way. He's lost his wrist. I didn't think, not a lot of blood on the play. Wow, the arms weren't really just dangling there, you know. I thought it was just a good big boy play. They are tough to referee against the referee. Yeah, definitely. When you've got athletes like this, you don't want to punish them for being over athletic and when they're matching each other. So long as there's not a lot of big disadvantage, advantage type stuff, I think you let him play. These guys are doing a good job so far. Yeah, Gene's old school. Whereas older school. Gene never wore out a whistle when he refereed. There's another foul that's going to be called on Francis on the outside.
They sit there and they let him out, getting out the ball. Great result. Shot fake there, selling his ability to knock down the three there. And stepping on his foot. He's got to be aggressive.
But that's Tony hit for the side shot. No.
Be aggressive for the Gators.
It's Francis again. Yeah, the fouls are fine.
They lost, right?
These kinds of whistles in the first half.
Depends who you're
The second half. A different story. That's the
I think you're talking about
Francis.
the one side of the
Yeah. Pretty solid at that position.
All the guys in that trade.
So
He's
that's
3 days. Really good. James Woods is home run today.
That's Houston. Handed off. Richards swing for Howard.
The Padres are like too big now, in my opinion.
Decide to take advantage of should be
They're just like, we don't want to develop anymore. We'll just trade inside.
this way number 11. Two to go. First two of the night for the junior Denzel Aberdeen.
That was the game. They had to. They had to like at least go to a winning.
Yeah.
Design you feel in every detail. Technology as innovative as it is effortless. These are luxuries you don't have to wait for. This is Buick. Now. Buick. Exceptional by design.
Could you allow me to talk about going on an easy to switch to scooter? Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know why not you. Of course I know your name. You mixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name?
Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Could you just tell me how this is right? At AT&T, we confidently guarantee the prompt service you deserve.
Down to the wire.
We'll guarantee everyone making the best use of it. Your time is important. That's why at AT&T you can speak to a tech expert in 5 minutes or get a call back at the time you choose. Or you never get right.
Just give an extra hand. You give your whole heart because it feels good to raise up a community that raises you. Fight. This is your war. Without the market of fight.
The ability to empty one side, put it on there. He's really got some good minutes. No hesitation at the rim. Dribble handoff. Up the pump. Step back check. Right on. And this is just miraculous. Another reaction. Almost smart ball. Presses it on to deliver. Our game's already now. 41 lead for Thursday. Florida's at 41% shooting. Florida's at 37%. 12 Florida turnovers. It's a 7-0 run over the last 2 minutes. Sticks the free throw. 3-point game.
Florida's making it interesting.
Gets into a
All right, Chad gets a spot in the Leaf break. FSU, what's going on? And the Detroit defense goal about backing them up to a live nerfer. Yeah, I watch enough of those videos. FSU. And snatch that Nerf gun right out of Michael's hands. All right, so Chad got that Leaf down to 6, if anybody wants to do that. I just snatched it from Michael, and then all of a sudden I've got the gun. I've got the Nerf gun. Florida's keeping it close here. Oh, they got to get those rebounds, though. Do 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 do. Houston's missed their last 6, now 7 field goals.
The technical fouls in college are hilarious.
Did you get a technical for that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you got teed up.
Wow. Wow. And the foul?
Houston's getting foul calls in every possession.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you.
I know, right? You never know when you need that shot, that 3-iron hit shot.
I hit one of those on
Never know when you need
Saturday.
it.
I found an old 3-iron at Goodwill and bought it for
Nice.
$5. You really never know when you
You
need it.
need,
Comes in
maybe-
handy though.
could be like a, you could be in the bushes and there's like a tree branch over you. You kind of hit a low shot.
Yeah. Go on. Nice.
Remember that leaf, if anybody's listening, is from a fresh case. Oh, good putback.
Forward. Yeah. One shining moment.
I'm the voice inside your head. Well, you're typically athletic. Right now. Right. Once you start listening to me, it's gonna be hard to stop. Say it. And if you don't have the right auto coverage, cost this will hit you out of nowhere. So get all sick. Pay money if you're protected from data, like me. This river wasn't damned in a day. And
All right, there you go. Eric Clicks finishes it off. Eric Clicks also the winner of our whatchamacallit, our pool. What did I send him something? Maybe I'll send you a hat or something like that. Houston's just blowing it. There's Eric. Congrats, man. I think basically, if Duke had advanced, Rex would have won. But if Duke did not advance, then it was all you. Eric, what's your T-shirt size? XL. I'll dig up a hat. I think we should have some XL shirts left over, but I'll dig up a hat and a shirt for you and get that in the mail with maybe whatever you hit here, but whatever your next order is, we'll throw those in there as a hey, thanks for joining and thanks for supporting us all these years. Yeah, no worries, Eric. Thanks, man. And thanks for finishing this one off, too. And this is coming from a fresh case. And let's post another one here as well. All right, let's see what. We actually have 19 seconds left. Let's see what Houston's going to do here. You got to shoot it. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. That's how it ends for Houston? We got blocked and couldn't get his own. Get that ball. Went up for a shot and
At least I didn't have money line like Michael.
Sorry. Wow, what a weird end here. Houston couldn't even get a shot off. Player kind of went up and then dropped the ball. I thought I got blocked for a second. He just kind of dropped the ball. All right. Well, hey, good job, Florida. They were down a lot, and they battled back. Hi, everyone. Joe for Jaspy's CaseBreaks.com coming at you with 2024 Leaf Ultimate Sports one box random number block break number 71. Very big thanks to this group for making it happen. Appreciate all of you. There are the numbers right there. Let's roll it. Let's randomize it. 5 and a 5. 10 the hard way. 2, 3. $10. Nick down to Eric. And 5 and a 5, hard 10 for the numbers. And 10, we got 7 down to 9. Nick with 7, Josh with 2, Nick with 4, Ed with 3 and 0. 0 gets any and all redemptions. Eric with 8 and 5, Chad with 6, Nick with 1, Eric with 9. All right, I don't think there's going to be any trades, but your trade window will be basically the time it takes me to dig out a box here. So this is from a fresh case, so your next, what are these, 10 box cases? Yeah, 10 box case, so your next 9 breaks will be from this case. So first, we'll roll the die to pick a side. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, right? And 4, 5, 6 for the right side. And it's 1, so we'll go left side. So we'll save these for some other time. And then from top to bottom, right, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I roll a 6, I'll roll again. And it's 2. So it's second box down, 1 and 2. And then for the future ones, I'll just grab a random one from the from that stack there. Next one's already loaded up if you want to run that back. And I don't see any trades, so let's flip back over here. Let's print. So that list remains the same. Let's print that out. Very quick break, just 3 cards. Here's the final printout right here. Florida, your national champions. Came back from like a 12-point deficit and battled their way back. All right, this should be the relic. And it's Frankie Frisch, 9 out of 25. Air clicks. Game used. And then what do we have here? We've got a 1 out of 5, Bernard King. Auto memorabilia. Nick with the number 1. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo woo! All right, and the third and final one is, whoa, 2 out of 3. 8 autographs? New York. Wow. Josh has number 2. And it's Mets. Doc Gooden, Darryl Strawberry, Howard Johnson, Lenny Dykstra, Mookie Wilson, Jesse Orosco, Davey Johnson, and Wally Backman. Storybook franchise. Out of 3. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo woo! There you go, Josh. Thanks everyone for getting in. We got another box in the store. Check it out, jaspyscasebreaks.com. I'm Joe. I'll see you next time for the next Leaf break. Bye-bye. There you go. This is the quality that you can find out of this stuff. I'm going to snap a picture of that. All right, and Eric gets 5 in the next Leaf Ultimate. We just cracked open a fresh case, so if anybody wants to join him on that. It's been pretty quiet tonight. I think the national championship game had a lot to do with it. I know everybody was spending a little bit of time with that, but we might have some people trickling back into the stream after this. I know it's already late on the East Coast. People were out and about. Maybe had a couple adult beverages on a Monday night. I don't know if they're going to say them any later, but let's see what we can get done. Do. That's the last we'll hear of that song. Until another year goes by, then we'll hear that song again.
Oh yeah.
JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Maybe we'll find a post championship game wave coming in. Eric Clicks just picked up 5 spots in the next Leaf 1-box break. So that could be something we can do. We can do that. We can run that back a few times. I got LA Kings action here. They're down a goal to the Kraken. Let's see what kind of regional coverage we have on MLB Network. All right, Matt Lieber is going to get 3 in the filler for the Hit Parade Baseball Mixer. We've got to run a number of those fillers, so if you want to knock one out tonight, that would be great. What the hell were you watching? Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize they did that. There's the alternate broadcast on this Kings game that gives me an above ice view. And they have like a tiny little tracker on the puck too. It's interesting. It does not look like the main broadcast, right? I don't think it is. It's kind of like an all-22 view on like a football game. Can I get this for basketball as well? I'd like to watch this. Mm-hmm.
Panini signed Travis Hunter to an exclusive deal.
Panini did? It's annoying. Because it won't be in top set. So they're just going to have unlicensed Travis Hunter. Oh, I mean, I guess for 1 more year. But then what are they going to do? I guess by the timing in his second year won't matter, right? Not as much. Unless he becomes the greatest football player of all time. The first, like, I don't know, what's the record for interceptions this season? 12, yeah. So first 15 touchdown, 15 interception guy in football. That'd be amazing. Would be a fine football.
stuff that they can post on social media, so start filming.
Yeah, I'm first of all, I'm gonna have to get like old like 80s headbands. I'm on like old 80s headbands, like really short shorts and wristbands and stuff. Yeah, there's just so much stuff. Yeah. More like the soccer, like the two stripes right up here. Hold up really high. All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, it's been pretty quiet today. We've only done 2 boxes today, just 2 leaf breaks. I think, maybe the national championship game, everyone's kind of distracted by that, but we're pretty much in the 4th quarter of the show. If you want to get something else going, you know where to go. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. At the very least, even if we don't get any breaks done tonight, at the very least, I would try to get some of these select baseball teams going. You can pre-order those. Pick Your Team 1 is down to 24, so most of the teams are still there. That drops on Wednesday. I don't know why I said tomorrow. Today's Monday. Drops Wednesday. Got 1, 2 keys for your shoes, buddy. Yeah. Wait, when are you leaving? You're gonna be gone for a couple weeks, right?
Alright, we are back here with your Pink Snapchat broadcast. Little close up there. Warm Fogle, former current King. Gonna be a huge asset for the Kings. Oman and off the ice for the Kings eventually. Play the Edmonton Oilers in the first round. Honestly, I look at this as well. He's been on the other side for so long, right? He's got so much intel. He's always helping his team out. So, again, he's down like on and off the ice.
Yeah, again, he's been great all classes. He's been high play, you know, 5-on-5, disruptive speed, going offensively, defensively. He's been, you need those guys. Like, a lot of times, you know, top end, they kind of side each other off in the playoffs. Every kind of goal line, David, the guy set a line, and then what's left? Goes to last one, guys like the full goal. You know, other guys go deeper in the lineup.
Absolutely. Put your rifle through the trainer to get in some of those matchups sometimes. And the growth that he's seen with going to goal center, you know, it's got to be nice for Jim Miller to know. Great shot there from the right side. It's got to be nice for Jim Miller to know. I would say anyone who's really all three of those first ones for sure.
Star Wars movie.
It's got to add extra oomph to see that.
Yeah, no question about it. And that, you know, the last game, you know, we didn't dissect too much of this because they didn't have Bryce over with David in the lineup. We expected both in the playoffs and some here against Seattle. But, you know, not for nothing. The Kings won both their home games and lost the road.
That's actually not a bad concept.
Voice is a huge thing, and again, we'll talk about this more in the intermission if they do this. This is a big deal for the LA Kings. We know that. The Danault line, we talked about Fogle, the Danault line in this game, it has been the Kings' best. They've crushed their minutes. If you're looking for a line to potentially get the tying goal in this game, I'm looking at Danault, Fogle, and Moore as a trio to do it.
We highlighted some of what Moore can do and showcasing earlier, one of the earlier looks that he can fly when he gets the space to do so and get shot off. And, you know, when he's got the space, he can make things happen, but even with no space, like this guy has found more than existed behind goaltenders' shoulders next to their ears. I'm not joking. How do you even defend against the tiny triangle above the shoulders?
It's tough.
What? What's that? No, it's Shannon Wells.
He likes to show alternate routes. Future. Sometimes it's a work in progress. Sometimes it's pretty well thought out. Tech forward and tech ready.
Yeah, it's not everyone.
Welcome back to the NHL studio in New York City, back at home, the Crypto.com Arena, being taken on the Seattle Kraken. But we got your team's stat track coverage here. Hope you've been enjoying it so far, as we've got the numbers, the inside look to all the stats and metrics you don't get in a traditional broadcast. And of course, in the mix. So let's take it back inside. Ready to hear from the legendary Jim Cox and Nick Nixon.
expertise goes beyond your vitals to understand what's vital to you. We truly listen and partner with you, not just as a patient, but as a person, providing a personalized approach and the most advanced care so you can live a more limitless life. Because while we work with you to treat your body, we love to help your spirit soar. Care Medicine at USC. Together, we are limitless.
All right, Jeff grabs the Orioles in Select 2. Drops on Wednesday in a couple days. Yeah, definitely pre-order your Select, ladies and gentlemen. And a break that we can definitely do tonight is this. Eric Click's got the first 5 spots in this Leaf break. It's been super quiet today. I think everyone's watching the national championship game. But it's been super quiet. We're in the fourth quarter of the show, the final 2 hours. You know, there could be a late night rally. You never know what we can end up doing. You know, we've been doing this long enough where we've seen crazy things happen late at night. So we're always going to hold out for that, right? But I think that Leaf might be our best bet. We've got Bowman Chrome University. That could be a fun one to rally around. You can chase after Cooper Flagg, Juju Watkins, among others. Flagg's probably going to be your #1 overall pick. What else could we get done? I don't need very many people to get that Bowman Draft Asia edition done. You know, that's Paul Skeen's Bowman First Hunting. 1 auto a box. Maybe we can knock out a filler. Maybe that anniversary pack. See who's going to win their way into the Hit Parade mixer. So that's down to 19. $33.99 could help you win a $250 spot. Same with this other one. And $32.99 can help you win a $135 spot. There's 6 Hit Parade jersey spots being given away. This one's only 4 Hit Parade mixer spots. So there are some options right there. We can rally around some more impeccable. If we can get that into single digits tonight, before I sign off, I could bundle the remaining teams into a random number block and see if that could be one of our first breaks of the day tomorrow. Maybe everyone's burned out on impeccable baseball already, but we have done a lot of cases. But that's still delivering some hits, still delivering some nice stuff. So if you want to keep going on that, there are some options.
can tell you this, walking in practice rounds on the PGA Tour, whether it's at the Arnold Palmer Invitational, the players, the conversations I'm having with Rory is that he is in a very good, free state of mind entering the players. A state of mind I haven't seen in a long time.
All right, Todd, it appears he's never come into the Masters better than this year. Appreciate it. We'll be back, Todd, just a moment. Corey, I'll start with you. Rory, I think better than any of the commentators on the scene today. How do you think this prep has been for this Masters?
Well, as Todd illustrated there, you know, I don't think he's got into a Masters with as much form as he has. He's won two huge events with big strong fields on the PGA Tour, including one of the biggest events in the game, in the TPC, winning impressively as well. And impressive Rich because he won not playing his best stuff. Historically, we've always seen Rory had to be on his game, had to be flying in order for him to win. We're seeing an evolution of Rory McIlroy. We're seeing the fact that he can be on his B game. He's ranked 10th in ball strike in that week and still went on to win a huge event. That's new. We're seeing the short game that's improving. And certainly his putting, I believe, is better than it's ever been. And the work he's done on Brad Factor is fabulous and really ties in very strongly. We're also seeing, you know, if you want to be boys and looking at, you know, how Rory is this going to be in a year, you have to think that all of the major problems, you could pick holes in them, whereas this time last year, those events, how is Scottish yet, they're going to be, you know, standard shot rate, which is trending, I believe, in the stats of phenomenal. We're not saying that this year, these guys are slightly off the game. So maybe that's what how they've got it. It's really need a little bit of luck. It's not just playing great, it's the opponents. They tried to think of the guys in the 14, that back line, the guys that won in 19. I think last year, even when Mark Howard, Albert, they doubles, you know, right around the tournament.
right, Jason K just got a spot in the Leaf Ultimate. That's down to 4. And that's just the second box of a fresh case, too. Got that stack right here.
That makes it a better fit, at least this year, for a destination.
Yeah, I mean, I take all Don's points, and that's what I was talking about in the AD game. I mean, playing the kind of golf that he has been playing this year, he's won another 1 5 years ago. So there's an evolution going on. There's a number of reasons for that. I think Crawford has been a big ball for the year. Crawford's phenomenal. I mean, the record that he's got, the number of guys he's got over the line is phenomenal. I've worked for myself in the past. He's brilliant. He simplifies things. I think they've also sat down and analysed Scotty Scheffler and how dominant he was last year in the game of golf and how measured he was in terms of how he played. You don't have to go all the way to the play like the world you've done. You can, and whatever about the ball, you don't have to make it goes. And history shows that the guys don't make balls as close to the ball as they want to win. Remember here, most people do. So I think there's that a more measured approach. I think strategy for the help of other talent. And I think they're not shocking. It's far better than it's ever been. The shipping has always been underrated. There's a lot of good shipping this year from it. And particularly his point, I love what he is with Brad Factor. Because Brad Factor teaches in a very creative way. Rory McIlroy hits the golf ball great. He finds it easy. It's like we find getting out of bed in the morning. You know Brad. Getting out of bed in the morning. Rory always found hitting the golf ball relatively easy. The short game has always been more of a challenge for him. He got very structured, he got very mechanical, and his play got worse. And with Brad coming in, he took that away. One of the first things he did with him was to then get a 3-wood and a 5-wood out to start putting that way, and he created. And I think we're seeing that now. There's no practice strokes anymore. He's not overthinking it. He's standing in, he's seeing the line, he's looking over it. No practice stroke. One look, two look, bang, the ball's rolling. So that's why I think this is big game. Also, he's a little bit more measured and a little bit more patient in how he plays. That's what Scotty Scheffler.
Brandon, what best illustrates just how difficult this is to do what he's trying to do in the career Grand Slam.
When you think about the modern Grand Slam, it came in open after, technically in 1934 the Masters began. The first person to complete the modern career Grand Slam was James Harris in 1935. Okay, from 1935 to 1966, Ben Hogan did it, Gary Clay did it, Jack. 4 players did it in this span of 21 years. We have now been 59 years, and just 1 player, and that was Tiger Woods, has managed to do that. So I think that's a testament to not only the increased level of competition, but also to the scrutiny, the increased level of scrutiny by the players, by how we deal with that. All because of how much more that no player has faced as much pressure trying to win a championship. Anyone, at any time in the men's game, since Bobby Jones was trying to win a U.S. Amateur in 1930 to complete his version of the career Grand Slam. You look at what Saracen did, Hogan did, and Player did, and Nicholson, they did it very quickly.
How about Tiger? Tiger did one. He did. The Tiger Slam. I would agree with you saying pressure when major. The Tiger Slam, knowing that opportunity would never come along again, even as good as Tiger was. 8 months to think about it, that was heavy pressure.
Absolutely. The only thing I would say here is that there was an inevitability. There was an inevitability when Tiger was not. There was a sense that he was miles ahead of everybody else. And if you would have asked people if they thought he was going to win the Masters that week, everybody would have said yes. They believed he could. He was that dominant. He was winning by 15. He was winning by 8. He was winning with players. He was naming every mountain and every river. When you look at Rory, there's not the same sense of inevitability. And now we're 10 years down the road. So the pressure heaps and heaps and heaps. And it continues to be. You say Bob Rotella. I would argue maybe he needs Bob Rotella, Tony Robbins, Lou Holtz, and Jim if otherwise he has to be alone. And think about it. He's not alone in the aspect of having 3 of the 4 grand legs of the career Grand Slam. 12 players have 3 of the 4 legs of the career Grand Slam. And when you think about those 12 players and the dearth of success that they had as time went on to complete the career Grand Slam, and you look at it closely, you cannot believe how few of them have Obviously, the U.S. Open he was missing, but in 1949, after winning the Open at 46, he was tied with Kerry Middleton with 2 holes to go. The 71st hole was lost by 1. And of course, he would finish second at that was a distant second. Then, of course, let me get to boring now. 2018, the team was throwing back on Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed wasn't in his league as a player. Didn't have his resume. Didn't have his CV. Way to the right off the tee. That sort of set the tone for the day. And he thought all was not right. The next hole, he hit a incredibly good second shot into the second. And missed that. 74. Here comes George Speed, 2019 PGA. On paper, looks like he came close, but he didn't really need it. He was 6 back. And you might say, well, what about Phil Mickelson? He finished second in the Open US Open 6 times. But after the Open Championship in 2013, that's when he needed to win the US Open to complete the career Grand Slam. He will play 10 times. That's finished 28. Tom Watson, after winning the 1982 US Open, would play the PGA 2014. That's finished 5th. Lee Trevino, after winning the 1974 PGA, he would play the Masters 16 times. That's finished 10th. And on we go. The pressure builds, it mounts. And so Rory, I dare say, not only is in the midst of playing the golf course that gives him the most trouble, but also a scenario that has been like a heavy coat on a hot summer day, trying to win the last leg of the Grand Slam. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there's a reason why we 5 guys in one round and then you get hit by it. But I just finished by saying the answer to this and the work he's doing with color is that all that deep analysis like he outlined there and kind of putting all that work on the opposite and trying to keep it as simple as possible there, but it's still up execution going more than anything else. And you know, it's almost like being in the race. Like you go through the finishing line and then you go, okay, I'm done. When you really move on for the last 3 or 4 years, this was his worst major last year. Worst major. I think it was his worst major in 2020 yet. And it's a work in progress. And I think there's a big learning curve. There was a huge learning curve at the US Open. And I think that US Open has been made well. Look, if he's got to go back and take the black lady in front of him, I think that hurt a lot. And I think Rory will learn a lot from that. He raced so hard to catch them boys. And when he caught them stop, that was the mistake that he made. He didn't stay disconnected and it got quality all over when he made. He's got a great effort to deconstruct that ball. Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to get your heart broken. Told us that it was on Monday and players who did after the US Open at LACC 2023 lost there. He said, I go through this 100 more times to get my hands on one of these things. So his level is that attitude, and if Rory does get it done this week, he'll be a man for all seasons, one of the rare ones, and he could walk off into the good night as an all-time great.
Coming up this week, live from the Masters, Scotty Scheffler, in a clip-driven, like-minded world, building his legacy through a kind of old-school balance, and with the help of his caddy, Ted Scott.
The very first conversation we had, I had some very hard.
Oh, look at those quick hands.
Rules
quick
that
hands.
I had for years.
Plus, Bryson DeChambeau transformed in a major factor. Also, the psychology at work in Rory's Grand Slam pursuit.
Great start to the season and sets me up well for obviously a good run of the last year.
Number 11 at Augusta National. What makes it the most challenging on the golf course?
When you have all the water on the left, and it's not like the right is the best bailout that it's seen bailout.
And tonight, Hermosa, Butch Harmon.
Well, look at that talent. God, you can imagine this is how he is, a 17-year-old teenager that is this good.
All that and more. Live from the Masters.
Today's game doesn't start with the tip-off. It starts on the court. Putting in rep
What's up, Rex? My day's been pretty terrible. I've only done 2 boxes, Leaf Ultimate Sports, all day. I don't think... Not too many people chatting. It's been about probably an hour and a half since I've last heard from anybody in the chat. And only one person in the last... Yeah, only one person in the last 3.5 hours. You're the second person chat with me in the last 3 hours. That's how my day's been. 3.5 hours. It's been pretty brutal. But I think a lot of people are understandably watching the national championship game, which actually ended up being really good. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. We got a decent amount of pre-orders in today for Select Baseball. But yeah, otherwise, pretty poor. But hopefully we'll make up for it tomorrow.
Electricity started coming into Augusta National late morning, so at 11:25, the tournament decided to boil the board to evacuate the property, and no one was allowed back onto the property after that as the rain continued to fall, and none of the players came back out to get ready for the Masters as well. It's a lot of standing water on the golf course right now. The good news is that this rain...
Masters is this weekend. There might be some rain that they might have to contend with. Hopefully not too much.
The good news is that after the system gets out of here, it's going to be dry for the next 3 days. It's going to be a little cooler and windier tomorrow, but you see that forecast there, dry Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. This golf course drains very well, so we should be good to go by Thursday. Now, the golf course will be sold tomorrow, and probably on Wednesday as well, but as for Thursday, it's a little bit of a guessing game for the players because, as I mentioned, this golf course drains well, and there is a system underneath the greens here at Augusta National that essentially can vacuum the moisture out of the soil. So we will see how firm the greens are around the round on Thursday. You may wonder, what about the patrons that had to evacuate the golf course that had Monday practice round badges? Well, Augusta National will issue refunds in May to those patrons and offer them an opportunity to purchase 2026 Monday practice round tickets very, very soon. So a nice move by Augusta National. Rich.
All right, time to go down. T-Bones down Washington Road is jammed tonight. Stay with us. Xander cannot leave this.
Nice, yeah. I had Justin Steele on my fantasy team. I was happy about his performance. I also have Michael Bush on my team as well. He did okay too.
I love screwing around with equipment. I became pretty obsessed with putters. I would end up at Colin trying to get him to do what I thought the putter ought to be doing. Because why wouldn't you want to use a putter that's this square by itself?
Hi there, Anthony here, Royal Ball Rush, host of the 2025 Masters Championship in Northern Ireland. I'm here with my friends from Italy who will put together a trip of a lifetime for you. Every trip to the British Isles is customized, featuring the finest courses, breathtaking coastlines, local culture, and accommodations tailored just for you. Seamless, luxurious, unforgettable. And you can always take in some of the historic sites, the perfect break between rounds. Time for some well-needed shut-eye. Dream of tomorrow's round. Toodaloo.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
No feelings today.
Hey,
What are you doing in my bathroom? More like in the locker room. Your testosterone level drops. Your strength, energy, and drive all go south. Did it happen to you? Yeah. What did you do? The genetics told me.
Yeah, I wonder how that.
You're stronger, more energized, and unstoppable.
I wonder how those pitching matchups line up. I think the Dodgers. So the Cubs series starts on Friday, right? So looks like. I think everyone's traveling mostly on Thursday. Yeah, they are. So Dodgers will be coming back from Washington D.C. Thursday will be an off day, and then they'll gear up to host the Cubs, Rex's Cubs, and that's going to be Matthew Boyd and Roki Sasaki, our probable starters, and then Ben Brown, Tyler Glasnow, probable starter. It looks like Justin Steele and Dustin May. Would that be 5 days already? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, they should be ready to pitch again on Sunday. So those are your probable starters at the moment. 3-game series, right? I don't think it goes to Monday. No, on Monday, Cubs will take the bus down to San Diego. Yeah, I think, things might be a little, things could always change, depending on how, like Sasaki will probably be throwing a bullpen tomorrow or something like that, and, they can always push a start back, but I think that's kind of where we're at here.
Looking too far ahead, trying to slow yourself down, trying to stick to your process, trying to look at what other people are doing. There's just so much going on, and I think until you've actually done it, and sort of make sense of it in your own head, then you learn sort of how you can win.
You were talking about when you're in the hunt. What would you describe it as? Is it some kind of serenity? Some kind of what? What exactly is it to you?
Good question. So I take notes. It depends. It depends on how you deal with it. I've had different forms of it. I remember going down, starting with Jordan at Carnegie, and it feeling like I was, I had the rope in my hands and it was just slipping and I couldn't get a hold of it. And, before I knew it, the front nine was done and I shot like 44. And it was like, holy smokes, you know what I mean? And then there's been other times where I've been in there and I was aware of that one moment and I completely lost the grip. And I tried to slow things down and I was almost playing so slow that I was throwing myself off. So there's a peaceful, if you can find it, there's a serene part of it if you allow yourself to enjoy it almost. But I think it's so high stress that you sort of, the hardest thing to do in those spots is to stick to your process, is to have a conversation with the caddy before you get the shot as if you're teeing up on Thursday. But that's the hardest place to get to. And the better you can get at that when you're under the gun, I think you'll be more successful.
And another thing, the situation where you came in here last year and you hadn't won a major, and I've had Jimmy talk about, now you've won 2. And we've been kind of talking amongst ourselves about, believe it or not, career Grand Slam versus trying to win a major. Is that a thought that you have had?
Believe it or not, it was always a thought before I won any of them. So it's a lot cooler to be a lot closer to that dream of mine at 31 versus 35 or 6 not having one.
Listening to Xander reminded what David Ball once said about contending at the Masters. Nervous, excited, you feel like you might lose your lunch, but there is no place that you'd rather be. Just generally, how do you assess where Xander's at here in 2025, Paulie?
I think he's off the pace. I think the injury knocked him back. He had a slow off-season where he played very little after the President's Cup at all. He started out, then he got this intercostal. I thought that was a horrible injury in here. It takes a while to get over it. You can't go at it immediately. So I think he hasn't put all the pieces of his game together. There's some really good iron play in there, but his putting in particular and his scrambling are miles off from where they were last year. And you won't do well around here if you're not scrambling and putting well. So I think it's a bit early for him. I think the injury's knocked him back. Excuse me, I think he will still contend with majors as the season goes on. And he'll play himself into better form than he's on at the moment. I can see him top 10 this week, but I can't see him. It's a big step from what he's been playing to contend this week. But the stats tell you that.
The single most important aspect to competing, winning the Masters is Jim. It couldn't be any better. The other aspects which fill in the blanks, and they're very important even though they're filling in the blanks, they're hardly any words. And Paul's point is just, it's actually a bit bizarre. And you just go back to Valspar to highlight the good stuff. He was incredible with his iron play. As a matter of fact, for the week, it was the best week he ever had with his iron play. He got more than 11 shots. 11 shots on the field. Gorgeous iron shots. One after another after another. Paul's point is a little off the mark. Though after around 70, 68 in the third round, in spite of hitting some good iron shots, he shot 75. Here he is in the third round. Why? Well, he was almost dead last in strokes gained off of the tee. His distance from the edge of the fairway was miles off the pace. It was almost dead last. Missed a lot of shots to the right, but put an iron in his hand, and he looked fantastic. And again, this is the reason why he's got some values, right? He gets the right number of greens, but you also have to have support when you're not on. And when you look at the difference this year versus last year, in the Scranton, which is the second most important aspect here at Augusta National, he led the tour last year. He's almost dead last in the PGA Tour this year. Similarly, declines in major areas. Sand says 3-putt percentage, 4 to 8 feet. When you try to sort of get those little pesky corner putts in to bring lags again towards the bottom, but it's towards the top last year. Now all the way up. And the Paul's point, off the wheels a little bit. And maybe, these 3 days are very important. Maybe he's found some last week. You don't know. He found something Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But you hear him obviously disappointed about not having 1 day of practice. But we heard some more than others. If you're getting a party shake, no big deal. But if you're out there looking, trying to get the rust off a little bit, this was a big missed opportunity.
I think to compound that as well, the fact that he's playing badly at the moment this year, even though he's had decent performances around here, putting his not being a strength and not being really struggling on greens compared to what he's done in 28 years. So he's coming to greens, he hasn't started to put it well on, and he's putting badly, and his scrambling is not great, and as Brandon says, his driving is quite wild. So it's a big, big step up from where he has been contending.
If he does find it and he does win, then we'll have 3 or 4 legs. Career greatest number 13 with only the U.S. Open left, and he has been very good at the U.S. Open before. Xander Schauffele, let's get on with that.
All right, I'm joined by the talented Rex Hodger, who is, of course, a golf.com senior writer. I'm going to make the case for Xander Schauffele. I had a chance to have a conversation with him today, and he made his return off injury to his ribs at the Arnold Palmer Invitational at the Players following week of the Valspar Championship. After that, the first 2 events, 2 very challenging courses. There's so much the Valspar Championship, the Copperhead course. You heard Randall talk about how great his iron play was that week. He said that was a great confidence builder for him. He told me that this is a second shot golf course, Augusta National, and he comes in here with a really good attitude, and he has the most recent memory of what it takes to win a major championship. What do you say about Xander?
When you listen to him talk with the media today, I was fascinated about the idea. He walked through essentially the steps of an injury. You started with the idea when you first get the news, there's probably a little bit of denial for someone like Xander, who has never gone through an injury, certainly not as a professional like this. And then you move on, there was clearly some frustration as he was dealing with his injury, maybe even a little bit of anger. He wasn't able to do the things that he just did last year. That has to be hard. I think eventually he has landed on
except he talked about that a little bit today. The idea that he knows he's heading in the right direction. He knows it's going to take some time. Go back to Texas. He was so frustrated. He talked about being on the ball count. And I'm going to go blow that out of the water. He had enough of that. And when he did, I think that's the greatest part was he stepped out of the way and certainly struck the ball better. Has to hunt the ball. So this golf course, the success he's had, the success he had in the last year, I think there is a
Yeah, I also want to point out too, I get the sense that he has trust after that injury against Bonnie. We'll see if that pays off here this week. Last year's Open champion to the previous year's Open champion, Brian Harman, crossing the line, winning a standing in the tournament. What can you tell us about that?
I had a chance to talk with his swing coach, Spencer Morris, this morning. Brought up an interesting point that Brian's had to change his intensity really the last few weeks. And even if you've never met Brian Harman, you could probably estimate that he loves to prove people wrong.
Oh yeah.
That's easy to do. And he also plays his best when his back is against the wall. But as you just mentioned, winning a major championship, that can kind of change your intensity a little bit. Justin said what he has seen out of home the last few weeks is everything has gotten ratcheted up. His practice at home, his practice when he's at the golf course, that was the result of what we saw, not just on Sunday at the ABCC tournament, but on Saturday and Sunday, probably the most difficult weekend on the PGA Tour when you look at this. And then he spun it forward. You look at this golf course, the University of Georgia guy, grew up in Savannah, Georgia, about 2.5 hours from there. We know this would mean the world to him. I asked Justin, what does he have to do? He said, he's not like Rory or Scottie Scheffler. He can't win this tournament a multitude of ways, that he has to be able to execute certain shots. Let's play, Greenwood play, he has to go out and execute those shots, and has confidence he can do it here every morning.
Yeah, I've been talking to him since he won the Open and he has been frustrated that he has not followed up that victory with another victory to a little bit of weight off his shoulders. Now we will see how Brian Harman operates here at the Masters this week, Rich.
Justin Hastings came in higher than the diameters of the field, winner of the Latin American Amateur Championship. Defender Bobby Jones, Thomas Dan Triple Ball, and the line between amateur and professional is gold and Wall Street. A great tradition carries on in active created in the last 15 years. Amateurs from Asia and Latin America. Jordan will have that story next. All you guys sitting next to your girl at a kiss cam. You're gonna have to kiss your savings goodbye. Let's go, beat it. Get off skate. Save money and be better protected from mayhem.
Verizon and AT&T announced price hikes have totaled 10 times in the past 2 years. Isn't it? Switch to T-Mobile and get all the benefits that their plans will save 20%. T-Mobile blows the competition away.
T-Mobile will also give you up to $800 when you switch.
Strategize engine good.
Offline currency, I found this can save 20% and $800.
That's what?
In golf and in life, seeing your path shines a light on what's possible. And from here, that path can take you
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease and colitis? Talk to your doctor about number one prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including Entyvio Pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. The American cannot be symptoms, sores, or upcoming infections. Liver problem can occur. Entyvio, relief remission for life.
Right, but if the refrigerator was not
Inclement weather impacted some practice rounds earlier today. The rest of the Nationals still as slow on the site as there is in sport. Boxing weather forecasting for the big league. It wasn't like a conscious studios. Continue a lot of film coverage, which is set for the 89th play of the Masters. One of the great stories each year, the Amber's competing over the field. In the clubhouse, the Crow's Nest on the top floor, traditionally available for members wishing to be housed there during the tournament. 1,200 square foot rooms provide living space for up to 5 individuals. Notable amateurs who have stayed in the Crow's Nest while participating in the Masters tournament, that includes Jack Nicklaus, Ben Crenshaw, and Tiger Woods. With that, let's introduce you to the amateurs in this field. This week is it's time for moving flag forward, presented by Workday. There are 5 amateurs playing in the 2025 Masters. Justin Hastings is making his debut in first major championship start after winning the Latin American Championship in January. 2024 U.S. Amateur champion Jose Luis Baez of Spain, the first Spaniard to win that championship. Noah Kent finished runner-up in the U.S. Amateur, earning invitations to both the Masters and the U.S. Open in 2025. About 34-year-old Evan Beck, making his Masters debut in the first major championship start. Last September, he won the U.S. Minimum in 2024.
That's Helen's face.
Individual championship winner, Hiroshi Tai of Singapore and Georgia Tech. Tai will be the first golfer representing Singapore to participate in the Masters. Let's hear from a couple of these competitors.
Thursday into the national holidays again. Can you explain your early fascination with this tournament and how you managed to negotiate with your parents to watch on TV?
Yeah. I was always a big Masters fan as a kid. I guess I shouldn't say I don't know why I was drawn to it. And, I don't know exactly when it started. I was sometime in middle school. The Thursday of the Masters, I would help my parents with the sickness. And it took me about 2 years to catch up before they started to, be like, this is getting
You can't be a see you next Tuesday with this.
It's a little bit of a coincidence, right? And I pushed pretty hard, and eventually that just
doesn't
became
jive
a thing.
unless you don't want friends.
Thursday of the Masters, Justin's gonna be staying home to watch the fight. The first part was the coolest experience. This is pretty cool to press conference.
JJ, what's up? On the 4 Horsemen cards should be. Well, I think there's multiple 4 Horsemen cards. So there could be others that feature other players. I think Leaf does have a. We've seen Leaf Otani autographs, so we know that it can exist. I don't know how much access to Kobe they have, though. I think Panini might have exclusive Kobe back in like the 2010s or something like that.
I think that's super cool. You turn a corner and see the number 1 player in the world in your face, and it's like, whoa.
I don't know if I've seen Mahomes autos in Leaf product.
I think I speak for both of us when we're super grateful to be living every amateur dream. So.
It'll be fun to see what this group of amateurs have in store this week. A reminder, an amateur has never won the Masters, but 3 have finished runner-up. Frank Stranahan in 1947 and Ventura in 1956. Charlie Coe did it in 61. Look at defending Masters champion Scotty Scheffler, keeping his green jacket for the last 4 years. Coming up, Randall explains why Scheffler's game perfectly fits at Augusta National. That's next.
Remember, we're getting 4 of 10 left in this Leaf break. I don't know why I put a pineapple emoji on there, but 4 of 10 left on that. That sells out a 1-box break. Maybe we can get that done by the top of the hour.
Hilton is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton, for the stay.
85% of golfers hook, slice, hit the ball too high or too low. So we created the E12 series. Each ball is engineered to optimize your trajectory for maximum distance. To reduce hooks and slices, play E12 straight or increase carry, high launch, and for longer piercing flight, speed. The new Bridgestone E12 with optimal flight system and mindset technology. Fit your flight, maximize your distance.
Bank of America supports everyone determined to find out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. Guys look great. Once I turn 40, we guess less energy, less drive. Yeah, it's not your fault. Happens to everyone. Testosterone levels drop this game. Happen to you guys? Yeah. So what do? We got a kid that's routine. They get your complimentary bottle of Nutrenics No Routine. That's trained. 1.5 and 1.5. Unique fat-boosting formula. Powered by testing. A key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels. Just send a text for a couple of minutes. By the way, shit, I love it. Get your complimentary bottle of Nutrenics now. Text TRAIN to 215-215. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nutrenics Turbo X, our newest, most powerful fat incinerator ever, with the ingredients to help you lose fat and get lean absolutely free. That's TRAIN to 215-215. City Golf Channel. Signature stars, rising newcomers, write the next chapter of the season at the RBC Heritage. Coming soon to Golf Camp. The moment players, signature stars, rising newcomers, write the next chapter of the season at the Corrales Cooling County Championship.
Tiger Woods won a Masters 5 times. Interestingly, only twice as world number one in 2001 in the Tiger Slam and then he defended in 2002. Even though he is not here due to the Achilles injury, his impact still felt. Chairman Ridley today announcing a new initiative in alliance with Tiger.
I'm thrilled to share the news that Tiger will lead the design of a short course as part of our redevelopment of the Augusta Municipal Golf Course, commonly known as the Patch. With the scheduled completion a year from now, this 9-hole par 3 course will be great fun and serve all golfers, ranging from those being introduced to the game to the most avid players. Tiger's design will be called the Loop at the Patch, a name that will pay tribute to Cammys who have used the course as a gathering spot for decades. So much good will come from this project. And I thank Tiger and TGR Design for all they are doing to make this happen.
Thank you, Chairman Ridley. What an honor to be here and to have this moment, to be able to be part of Augusta National, but just in a different way. To have the ability to design something that's going to impact the community, something that I truly believe in education and stand and giving back to the underserved, and be able to do this with Augusta National. And it's one honor. So thank you so much for allowing us to be able to share this with you. It's a momentous day for all of us at the TGR Foundation. To have this moment, be able to do this in conjunction with Augusta, be able to be bi-coastal and do something at a place that has meant so much to me in my lifetime. This is, again, quite an honor.
How nice to see Tiger and Augusta National teaming up to shower the Patch with some love. And like Augusta National, very likely, it's a great Patch. It's unique. It is a great hang. We were there a few years ago. Jim Dad, he grew up here, and then he went on to a decorated career. PGA Tour champion, Big Jim, very flat builder.
Well, taking a stand for the best rider. Everyone says it. Vanguard does it. Announcing Vanguard's largest expense ratio cut ever, which includes nearly half of our fixed income and equity funds. Learn more at Vanguard.com.
When you want bedtime to be a good time, it matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Hilton for the stay.
Bank of America supports everyone determined to find out what's possible in golf and in life. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
child to golf can be a lifetime of playing together. Start by getting all your clubs, head to the range or the course, and find a U.S. Kids certified coach. U.S. Kids, golf starts here.
Better your bag with the latest golf clubs. Find the fairway with the best drivers. Tap greens with your irons. Sink more punch with the right putter. And get tour level performance with top golf balls. They're your best golf galaxy.
Wow, I just posted my job, and ZipRecruiter is on it. It finds active qualified candidates with the exact skills I'm looking for. I can't believe how I used to do it before. Oh, many of these candidates are qualified. Wrong skills, wrong experience. I don't want to work with this person. This guy is a carrot influencer. Now I'm getting people who are best fit for my roles.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/call.
Hi, it's Nick here at the stunning Rockport Rush in Northern Ireland. I'm here with my friends from Italy who put together a trip of a lifetime. Customized tours to your place, finest courses, breathtaking coastlines, local culture, and accommodations tailored just for you. Seamless, luxurious, unforgettable. And you can always take in some of the historic sites, the perfect break between rounds.
Time for some well-made shots. I dream of tomorrow. Magnolia Lane golf showing for the day. On a rainy day, it's nice. All slows down when you make that turn off Washington Road. Make some gratitude, and if you have a perfect tee time and excitement. It was not a great day to play. It is always a good day to talk about the season's first major. And that is what we're going to do. Live from the Masters. Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Mercedes-Benz. Soggy Monday in Augusta. Gates get open briefly at 8 a.m. Close at 11:25, and just before 3 they announced they would not be reopening. And the video room with tickets today would be sent refunds next month and guaranteed the opportunity to purchase other conference round tickets for 2026. Hello again, and welcome, Rich Leonard, alongside Randall Chambly and Paul McGinley. We're going to start this hour with appropriately world #1, and that is Scotty Scheffler, still looking for that first win here in 2025. He is the most reliable player since prime time. That man, you know, will minimum contend. His foul stretch is shorter than most. His bag of shots deeper than most. His competitive capacity more consistent than most, as it was at the 2022 Masters. Scotty Ted Scott on the back again last year for another Masters title, so there's no secret for him. Scheffler's just a hard worker with a great attitude. Loves the moment. Ted Allen, the guy's just a gamer. Now he's on the cusp of doing what only Jack has done in 3 Masters in a 4-year stretch. Jack at age 23 in 1963, then runner-up to R164. Scotty finished up with T10 between his 2 Masters victories. Jack in 65 dominant, prompted the famous line from Bob Jones. Plays a game in which I'm not familiar. And then Jack the first to go back-to-back at the Masters. You know, you don't worry about Scotty as a first score player. Scotty would be a doctor if you were your kid's high school basketball coach. You'd feel pretty good about it, wouldn't you? Scotty missing putts here and there makes him not quite a lot, but in the sense that he is a lot to, at a minimum, content. More here once again is Tom.
Yeah, I remember Scotty Scheffler arrived here at Augusta National on Sunday, first order of business, and now the trophy, the drive, chip, and putt. And then he played a practice round, but he did not play alone. A his mother, Diane. They had some great mom-son moments out there at Augusta National. You may be wondering, how did his mom get to play here at Augusta National with her son? Well, if you're a past champion, on the Sunday before Masters Week, you can bring a guest of your choice, and Scotty chose his mom, Diane. Now, of course, Scotty's coming off that phenomenal 2024 where he won 9 times worldwide, but he was slowed down a bit entering 2025 due to that Christmas dinner hand injury. Missed his first 2 starts of the year, and he came back at the AT&T Pebble Beach, and we saw some frustrations as he made his way to Augusta National with his game. But if you look at the numbers, the strokes gained from this year compared to last year entering the Masters, not that far off. He has, though, dropped a bit in stroke gain around the green, but as you can see, he has improved on the greens. Now, he was out here today in the tournament practice area, going through the bag, working on his game before the rains and the thunderstorms shut down the golf course. I did speak with Randy Smith, who you see behind him there, Scotty's longtime swing coach, and I asked him about those frustrations that we have seen from Scheffler this year. He said when he returned to play on the PGA Tour, he pushed it a bit, not letting the game come to him after those first 2 misses of the season. The results weren't as easy as last year, and that is why you saw some of that frustration. But at the Texas Children's Houston Open, which was Scotty's last start, he checked off a lot of boxes through the bag, finishing second, best finish of the year, and it put Scheffler in a positive frame of mind coming into the Masters. And one other significant note that Randy told me about Scotty Scheffler, and let's not forget, he's been working with Scotty since he was a kid growing up in Dallas. He said Scheffler is not only swinging it right now as good as he was in 2024, but maybe a little bit better. So Scheffler seems to be trending as he tries to win Masters for the 3rd time in 4 years. Rich?
And remember, when he won here in 2022, Tom, he had a 5-shot lead standing on the 72nd hole. That 4th putt didn't matter. And then when he went through 71 last year, he was up by 4 shots. He has been pretty much dominant here at Augusta National. Thank you. So bring on that raises the question, why is he such a good fit to Augusta National?
You know, the thing about Augusta National is there's seldom a day, there's seldom a hole where you have what we call a stop shot. Jack Nicklaus won 6 times here. The first and only to now to win it 3 times in 4 years. But he famously, in the beginning of the year, would work on all the shots that he would need to get on Augusta National. He knew he needed to draw it a number of times off the tee. He knew he needed to fade. He knew he needed to be a low, high, medium shot. So Augusta constantly calls on him to create, to work it low, high, medium, to work it left, right, left, to match your shot to the contours. Tiger Woods. Jack didn't call it this, but he did. Tiger called it the 9 shots. Okay, all those windows. Now Tiger had it probably as fluently as anybody in the history of the game has had it. When you start to look at the landscape of golf today, there's really only one player that has all of those 9 shots so easily, so comfortably at their disposal. And the best example of that, just take a look back at some of the shots that Scotty Scheffler hit last year. We go back to, let's start with the top left corner there, a high cut. Now here he is in the final round, the 12th hole, the TPC Sawgrass. You want to go left, what you want is a high soft cut to the front right part of the screen so it doesn't bounce much. Beautifully done. High soft cut, drove the green, protecting against going left. You can't do it any better than that. How about a medium cut? Now, Hero in the Bahamas, bit of wind, stay, big penalty for missing the fairway. You want to take it down a little bit, hit it lower, get it on the ground.
Some regulars?
Beautiful shot there, 14 hole drive, run it up. Okay, walking it off that bunker to the left, right through the green. How about the road cut coming in? On invitational, final 3rd round.
Got a big break coming up?
Again,
No, I guess they have.
Oh, you're freestyle.
This was a little beefy, low,
I got you.
right down the middle. Gorgeous shot. Now let's take it to the straight shots, okay? You want to go high and straight, real hard thing to do. After he holds it at the 4th, here he is at the great drive at the 5th. Hits over on the right, he can hammer it up 12 feet left of the hole. This is straight as a dime, right? Absolutely spot on where he was aiming. 161 yards. Take it down just a little bit. Medium straight shot off the 18th tee at Hero. Again, you get a lot of trouble there if you want it on the ground. So he takes the trajectory off. Straight as a Texas highway. And low and beautiful. How about the low straight shot? Check this one out. Probably a little low on the ball, so you want to take it down low, perhaps get it to run, get that ball off of the ball. This is in the final round of the Hero. Again, you want to take a shot. Take a close look at this, do a replay just to give you example of how easy it is for him to get on top of it, take a look at this. I mean, this doesn't get 20 feet in the air. That's low, that's covering it. This guy can take it any direction. How about the high draw? Is there a hole in the ass for a high draw more resoundingly than the 18th and the TPC Sawgrass? Now, you see a lot of players who don't have every shot lay out here. Even when they're in contention, even when they're winning, they'll go iron down the right. 3-wood, they'll play safe. High draw, no problem for him. This is a guy that primarily hits fades though. How about this draw? Final round, 9th hole last year. Needed to get it around, get it up here, get it over the trees, but gotta turn it, hit that window. How about that? Narrow gap, medium high draw. Got it, no problem. Maybe the pretty shot is on hit all last year. The low draw, Travelers, first round, and even the 13th, by the way, gets up on the tee at the 14th. Talk about a perfectly executed low draw, an absolute beating around the corner. By the time this would finish, not only would it be in the middle of the fairway, it would be 341 yards. Caroline's going to get it here in a minute. No, way down there, right in the middle of the fairway, 64 yards out. So you say, why do you need that at Augusta National? Because, yeah, you need to get cuts off these fairways. There's so many holes.
I did all this Saturday.
Like a 9, reverse camera fairway, hole goes left, fairway goes right. If you hit a fade, which is primarily his shot, you're going to risk of it landing on the fairway, finishing the right. So what's he do? Power draw up the left side of the fairway, beautifully played. Set it into a position in a soft wedge, that little tier hole location to about 3 inches. Makes birdie. Contrast that with Colin Cowell, who plays beautifully around here, but playing alongside Scotty Scheffler. And again, not as easy for him to hit those draws, to hit those high draws, because he can do that in his sleep. But when he gets a high cut or a medium cut off the 9, and it lands right center, runs the risk of running in the right trees, as that tee shot did. From there, in tree trouble, pitched down, or tried to swing it around the corner in the bunker, make double bogey. So that's him. But Tiger Woods is easily able to work it left to right, right to left, and hit all those windows, as was Jack. Jack won 6, Tiger won 5, they both won back to back. Scotty's going back to back because this golf course fits him like a sad elbow suit.
You have done some magnificent work. That was an all-world PCBD. Great Chambly breakdown right there. So the windows.
Our first order in an hour is from Nicholas. Gets a spot in the Hit Parade jersey. Filler.
Yeah, I think he's trending. I think he's certainly coming into form. It's a matter of time before he wins. You know, he's dominated this tournament from last 3 years in terms of ball striking. Being number 1 in every category you want to look at. Birdies, bogey, avoids, tee to green ball striking, around the greens, approach play. He's dominated for 3 years. He's won 2 of those.
If anybody wants to get into that, $32.99 is going to help you win a $135 spot. That'd be cool to do if we rally around like a filler or two tonight. Maybe that leaf that's down to 4, that could be an easy one to do. But at this rate, if we really don't see any action, significant action happening in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll probably 20, 30 minutes, we're going to call it a little bit on the earlier side and live to fight another day tomorrow. Cut our losses today.
He's a world-class player. He's going to win many, many majors and many green jackets because, as Brandel says, there's not a golf course more suited to a player that I can think of since Tiger Woods than Augusta National is for Scotty Scheffler.
In the last year, Brandel, his previous 3 starts, he had 2 wins in a row finish, and it was just so good. So you have to assume it's the law of averages. If you believe that Scotty is a great player, and we all do, that he's had for 4 years more wins, and this isn't just one of these little 3-year pockets that we've seen in the last decade. This isn't going to be a sustained 10-year run. You would think it's coming, and likely this week. He was obviously the best player last year. Not so obvious this year, but in the same way, nobody is hitting the ball better than him in the industry. There's a great follow on Twitter, Ron Kloss, KLOS, does deep dives on stats, and they're wonderful. 13 out of the last 13, so every single one of the last 13 players that have come in here eventually won have picked up 18 plus shots on the field, strokes gained, tee green, in the last 4 events coming into the Masters. In the last 4 events coming into the Masters,
strokes gained tee green, 31 and change. So again, once again, quietly this year, better than anybody else strokes gained tee green. And then just to underscore, he's the man 8 this week. What did he do at Houston? He was 6th in strokes gained at a very, very good week.
Brother, what did you put the animation and the education routine? What did you put that down to? We didn't see any of that last year.
Frustrated and not winning, perhaps. Fire in his belly. I don't look at that as a detriment. It's a different Scotty Scheffler, for sure. But perhaps just frustration with not being able to get it done. I would imagine.
Could it get the better of you this week and maybe make you more mistakes than you did?
I think it's an upset.
I thought he was serene last year, and the thing that was outstanding from him more than anything was his sereneness and the fact he played within himself, and he was so confident, and his bounce back ability, something another statistic that's come backwards this year. So I just kind of what's going on.
I wouldn't say that he was zen on that. I saw him get very angry a number of times. How was he winning there? Well, he was 8 to 12 around there. But we'll see if he is distracted, easily distracted, and a little put off his game. But I think fire running in his belly has always been a part of what Scotty Scheffler is.
Cubs are 6. I mean, most power rankings don't mean too much, but here's some good power rankings. How about team stats? Wins above replacement. Cubs are at 3rd, Rex. Although they played a couple more games than other teams, but there you go.
Later, Joe.
Peace.
See you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday. What's going on Wednesday?
What do you mean?
Like sports-wise.
Masters on Thursday.
Lakers play Tuesday, so we're not gonna see you there. Just Dodger baseball, I guess, Wednesday. No, they're on the East. Yeah, you'll probably be here. They're in DC.
Yeah.
3 o'clock game time maybe.
Inspiration leads to ideas.
Yeah. Masters on Thursday.
There are rare occasions.
That would be sick.
Yeah, so
It'll be off by the
Ideas become
we'll have it on. We're gonna watch live from the Masters. We'll watch replays. We'll replay the round.
We always got hockey.
You know, hockey. We got hockey too. Oh yeah, Kings play.
It's everything.
All right.
Already quit.
All right. Have a good one, sir.
Pure performance. Pure Circus.
I'll try not to.
Bank of America supports everyone determined to find out what's possible in golf and in life.
Dodgers pitching is right up there, top 3, according to wins above replacement. Whereas Cubs pitching is down there. So the offense we knew was going to be good, Rex, but it's still the pitching that's the issue. It's still the pitching that's the issue. That's something that they should have addressed. Fielding-wise, the Cubs are a pretty good fielding team. Dodgers have been terrible, actually. I think they've committed a lot of errors this season, in this early stage of the season. So that's a trend I hope that does not become a... It's something that I hope doesn't become a trend, and I hope that trend doesn't become a theme of the season. Right now, way too early. Well, let's see. Yeah, Kyle Tucker already has a 1.1 WAR, win above replacement. Over half a game over the next person, Nico Horner. But yeah, Tucker's got 5 homers already. All right, and we're still in, still what? When do we start baseball? I guess this Thursday, I think we're coming up on on 3 complete weeks. No, 2 complete weeks. We haven't even played a lot of baseball. So remember, if you break down a baseball season by 6 months, right? 5 homers a month, right? 5 times 6, that's 30 homers. That's a really nice season. You'll probably end up with a few more than that. You might get close to 10 homers.
And there's not that many holes like that at Augusta.
You know, then you're talking about probably a 40 homer season. I know. I mean, it would be great if they did, Rex, but it just doesn't seem to be their MO in recent years. I mean, they dodged a bullet in not signing Chris Bryant, but they didn't keep any of those guys from that era. When's the last time they gave a big contract to somebody? Suzuki didn't cost. Swanson, I guess. Dansby Swanson got a big contract, right? And that's the last time the Cubs kind of spent a little bit of money. But even a lot of people consider that. Yeah, a lot of people consider that a little bit of an overpay. Suzuki has 4. He's got a little pop in that bat. He's striking out a lot, though. 21 strikeouts is not good. Nico Horner's batting .360, but he does not have pop in his bat. And Kyle Tucker has 5 doubles, too. Yeah, this dude is really good. I mean, he just has to stay healthy. Right, I don't know when they started giving him a full season, maybe in 2020, but that was a pandemic shortened season. Yeah, he played 140 games in 2021. I guess he did play kind of a lot of games. Didn't really play a lot of games here. But yeah, it had some injuries in 2024 that limited him to 78 games. But if he can put together another full season, that would be huge for him. Yeah, I always thought the player of the week was a little silly. Player of the month, I feel like, is a bigger sample size, like for a monthly award. But you're telling me some dude just gets hot for a week and then you give him an award for it? You know, I feel like it means a little more if you're hot for an entire month. That's, you know, baseball's hard, right? You know, that's an understatement. Baseball's hard. Like, I feel like player of the month, I feel like, is a good one. Well, yeah, if Kyle Tucker puts together like a 155 game season, and if he does what we know he can do, and with Vlad Jr. off the market, that's gonna be huge. How old is Kyle Tucker? 28. So he's I think Vlad only just turned 26 recently. So Vlad is like, by baseball term, might be 2 or 3 years younger than Kyle Tucker.
And so what you see on that 7th tee is a higher rate of spin, a lower trajectory.
500 divided by 14, that's what averages to be about $36 million a year. They're not going to give Kyle Tucker, no one's going to give Kyle Tucker 14 years. Maybe Kyle Tucker gets Yeah, what, 300 million over 8 years? It's about 37.5. That would be reasonable. But I feel like someone's gonna give him like $40 million a year, right? They'll be like, we'll take 40 million a year for someone's gonna give him $400 million basically. I could see 410, give him $45 million a year, maybe 41 for 10 years or something like that. And some of these contracts are going to look, some of these monster double-digit year contracts are going to look pretty bad. But I think a lot of teams know that going into it. I think a lot of teams are like, yeah, we know this 14-year contract's going to be bad, but we're hoping that the first 6 or 7 years of that contract's really good. And that's our window to win like a championship or something. And then maybe like, for example, the last 7 years of 5 years of Vlad's deal, maybe you're like, that's when you have someone else sign a big contract to cover up the bad Vlad years, but have a runway for the future as well.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top.
Yeah, but the trading players for cash is, they're not really getting that much from that. It's a few million here, a couple million there. It doesn't amount to it. The fact is, Cubs are one of the biggest money-making clubs, in all of baseball. But they're spending like they're the Tampa Bay Rays. No, they're obviously spending more than the Rays, but you get what I'm saying. Like, they shouldn't have to be like, trading players to free up a few million here and a few million there. They got a $200 million payroll, but they could easily, you're telling me that they can't spend as much as like the Phillies, the Blue Jays? I feel like the Rangers are spending $200. Houston's not a giant market. They're spending over $200 million. I feel like 250 is not crazy to get to that number. I guess kind of overpay for Dansby.
The wet, flushable wipe that clears instead of smears. Dude wipes. Best clean, hands down.
Want to have a ton of fun? Take a swing at winning an incredible prize and massively improve your golf game in as little as 30 minutes with your custom club fitting at a PhD.
Yeah, I think they would love to get out of the Ian Happ contract. Maybe even the Suzuki deal. They do have some expiring contracts. So, if they can, they might be able to put a big deal to Kyle Tucker, make him the highest paid player on the team, and wait for like the Happ and Suzuki and Jameson Taillon deals to fall off, and you don't have to pay Justin Steele for a while, and you kind of redistribute the money sort of in a smarter way. They got Michael Bush for a while too. He's not even arbitration eligible in 2027. Well, yeah. That's how a lot of teams kind of approach it. If people are coming to the ballpark anyway. Oh, he has no trade clause? That's tough.
but he also knows what to say to his pupils to give them confidence, implementing lessons that he's learned from a life well lived.
August 25th, 1993. Just a young, skinny kid, young teenager. I'd never seen him play before. This is the first time I saw Tiger Woods play. Look at the flip in the hand. Look how much flip there is.
It's a clip that Butch Harmon has memorized. His first lesson with Tiger Woods. The initial steps taken together on the road to greatness.
I've never seen anybody that had that kind of speed. He gets mad every time I show that. He says, you don't show that to anybody. He said, look how skinny I was. I said, yeah, I show it to everybody.
But for Harmon, it's only part of his story. A single chapter of a remarkable life that all started under the watchful eye of his father Claude, a teacher who introduced Butch and his three brothers to the game.
My dad owned a pro shop in Wingfoot and a pro shop in San Luis, so he had the two best jobs in the world. I've always watched my dad teach. So far ahead of the game.
I've been to Wrigley, and yeah, I haven't been to too many stadiums. This might be a question for Chad Daw, who's been to a lot of stadiums. But yeah, I mean, like that area outside and around the area, maybe Fenway might have a similar vibe. I haven't been there, but maybe Fenway might have a similar vibe. I hear that you know, the streets that kind of border Camden Yards in Baltimore have a great vibe too. Petco has they're right in the middle of downtown, and you can walk there. You can take a trolley there, and there's a lot of great, you know, Mexican restaurants and other bars and Irish pubs and stuff that are tucked away in that gas lamp area. That's really cool. So like, I think like, you know, so. But there's not too many other areas that have that kind of neighborhood energy of Wrigley Field. So yeah, people will go, tourists will still go, you know, people who, you know, whose teams, you know, maybe if the Rays are playing the Cubs in the summertime, maybe you take a vacation, you know, to Chicago to go see the Rays play there or something like that. You know, so like, yeah, that's the thing. You know, the owners might just be like, yeah, we're happy with the money that we're making here, and we don't have to really fill the seats, right? With the quality on the field, even though that's what people want, but people still go to games.
Adjusting to life after Vietnam is difficult. He struggled on tour for 3 years, winning one satellite in 1971. Then later that
Teddy, have a good trip, man. I'll see you when I see you. Thank you. Yeah,
I spent 10 years working for him.
Yeah.
He was a wonderful man. He loved golf. And he said, you should do it. You know, I was 1980, I think 80, 81 was my worst time. I was divorced. I was drinking too much. I was gambling. I lost my job. I really wasn't a good person. I wasn't in a good place. I just didn't give a damn. Didn't want to hear anything from anybody. I thought I was a loser. I thought I was a disgrace to my family.
After a decade in Morocco, Harmon returned to the United States and relied on what he knew best: family and golf.
My brother Dick, he said, get your ass in your car, drive down to Houston, I'll find you a job. I went to work for Dave Bar and Dave Revere building golf courses. And it made me miss golf so much that I started slowly just teaching at a club. And I got a job down in Texas City, Texas, while I was gambling director out there. And then I went from there to golf school.
With each student, Harmon's reputation in the golf world continued to grow. Then, one day in 1991, an Australian star who had gone 19 months without a win approached Harmon for help. Greg Gordon, what do you feel like you elevated in his game?
Greg had as much confidence and ability as anybody had ever known. He was the greatest driver
driver I'd ever seen of a golf ball was Sam the driver. His work ethic was so good. He would always question why I was telling him, and I like that. He wouldn't just do it. I'd tell him, well, why do I need to do that? And then I'd explain to him, so I get that.
Greg Norman goes back to world number one and captured the 1993 Open. Surely the time has come for the second major at what's been an illustrious career so far. 1 month later, Harmon took on a new student. Let's segue to Tiger. What was your first encounter with him?
I was at locker party, and his father called me that night, wanted to know if he could bring him over on Saturday. And I said, sure. I convinced him, well, look at the natural talent of this kid. God, can you imagine this is how he is as a 17-year-old teenager that he's this good?
Under Harmon's tutelage, Woods won 3 U.S. amateurs, 8 major championships, and 34 PGA Tour events before parting ways in 2002. But it wasn't the end of Harmon's influence, as countless other great golfers sought his advice.
What I loved about working with Butch was the belief that he had in himself and what he saw, and based on his experience, gave him confidence.
All right, gang, last call for Breakahol. It's been a pretty dead day today, but if there's anyone that's out there, if got a couple people out there who want to finish off this leaf break, it's only 4 left on that. But if we kind of hit the 45-minute mark, if not much is happening, you know, last order I got was half an hour ago, and that's the only order I've had in the last hour and 15 minutes, so I think the writing is on the wall today. But we'll give it 10 minutes or so. Nothing's really happened. We'll call it. We'll reconvene tomorrow. So last call, ladies and gentlemen.
Butch is currently working with 3 prominent players in the field here at the Masters. Masters champion Jose Pavel, number 12 in the world Tommy Fleetwood, and number 10 in the world Maverick McNeely. Now, there has been a question over the last few years: does Butch Harmon belong in the World Golf Hall of Fame? Now, there is one famous instructor in the hall, and that is Hardy Penning, who famously coached Tom Kite in Crenshaw. Now, Butch was a finalist for the 2024 World Golf Hall of Fame class, but came up just short. Well, he's not campaigning to get into the hall, but he did say, if it ever happens, it would probably be the greatest honor of my professional life. Rich?
Wonderful story. John Jacobs as well, instructor in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Mike Davis has joined us now. Just a great teacher. He was a great man. Yeah, the all-time best range hangs. I think we'd all agree on that. And if a player announced that he was working with Butch, going to Butch, and he put a certain status on that player, well, he's with Butch.
Yeah.
It landed different.
I think Butch carried just a certain aura, and a lot of his upbringing. I mean, to be exposed to poking at early, and Jackie Burke and Tommy Armour and his dad, of course, and then to be also at the top of the game in such a way that all his ideas, whether you agree first with him or sort of battle testing, and they also had to be pared down to their essence, I think, because, you know, he got it from his dad, it all been filtered, and anything that was extraneous, you know, Butch was always pretty simple. He was never complicated. What were the philosophies? Well, you know, simple things like, you know, I don't practice anything that I can't use in the back nine on Sunday. You know, things like that his dad had given him. In fact, his dad would tell him when he was watching Carol and his old, you know, I'm giving you so many pearls here. Pay attention. You know, and Butch would remember that because that ended up being his life as well. But, you know, I think Butch, too, his strength was not so much the technicalities of the instructor, it was the coaching of the person. And he just had, I think, a real human touch. And the fact that he went through some hardship and had PTSD from Vietnam, I think that gave him credibility as well as someone who understood, you know, what stress was really like and what feeling, you know, lost and coming back from that. And I just think Butch had a great chemistry with people.
Paul, you worked with the broadcast over at Sky.
Yeah.
What was it like to work with?
Oh, great, the best. I mean, just what you're saying there. I mean, it was. We often joke you're better off cameras when the real commentary happens. When we were in the green room waiting to go in the camera, when he was just calling Chelsea sitting down like you have in the green room. But great fun. You know, wealth of knowledge as as Jaime says there, you know. For me, he was a coach more so than an instructor. And I know you can, you know, the argument would be, well, you know, who did he take who wasn't a top star when he went there? He was more of a finishing coach. And I think when I say a finishing coach, it's getting guys over that final hurdle in terms of winning major championships. For sure. And, well, I mean, so I don't know, wherever you want to go, Jose Miguel Lascano, I mean, wherever you want to go, he's had 19 majors, 19 majors. He's worked with 19 major champions.
But I'm not going to go down court. Like, Greg, yeah, same finishing. Tiger was, I think Tiger, we all agree was going to get there. I think Butch polished him up a little bit, but I think that's what he did.
He gave confidence. He was a mentor. He got involved in their private life. He knew what they were doing. He was a friend on their shoulder as well. He worked on the psyche. When you get to that rarefied atmosphere at the top, it's not necessarily a huge amount of change in technique. It's getting the confidence to get over the line. Just a Leonard there alluded to it in that piece there, the top show, about giving you confidence to get over the line. I think certainly being around Butch a lot when I was a player, because he worked with Darren, I played a lot of practice rounds with Darren. That's what it was mostly about with Darren. It was giving confidence. It was reaffirming and endorsing how well he was swinging the club, and also keeping them loose. That was really important too. So, you know, I'll give you one little story on him, and for me, this is not about coaching, but it gives you an idea of what made good coaching. And I'll take it right back to when he was coaching Tiger had just pushed off the season. He was a massive star, and he was paid to play Australian Open. I was playing. Played in the afternoon, Tiger was knocking down with an unbelievable thing down the road. He was absolutely star at that time, and he was expecting to go for it. He went out with the introductions in the afternoon, and I forget the number, 74, certainly over par. And I came in, and I was at the coach before, and I was on the range hitting balls, and the big story was, oh my God, I reached on 74. So, next of all, Butch Hammond, who I didn't know at the time, comes onto the range, and he sits beside me, kind of leaned up against the backstands where you put the bags down. Next of all, Tiger, and all this crowd came along with him, and everything was like anticipation, oh my God, this air of gloom, this air of doom. Next of all, Butch takes out of his pocket his ice cream. He opens up the ice cream, he leans back, starts eating the ice cream, he starts chatting to Tiger, eating this ice cream like not a care in the world. So basically what he was doing was, he was diffusing the doom and the gloom, and just making everything kind of not that big a deal, and dissipating it. And all of a sudden then, within a few minutes, Tiger was having a bit of chat with him and laughing with him, and there was a bit of joke going on. But basically, he kind of took him out of that mindset of, oh my God, we need to work on the swing, we need to get him to grip, we need to work on this. There was none of that. It was the opposite. He was just sort of laid back and totally disarming the situation. That to me is great coaching. I think Tiger went on to win that Australian Open that year. And that's just a little bit of an insight for me of what a great coach. It's not just about how you swing the ball.
Yeah, look, I think that's the brilliance of it. There's theoretical knowledge and then there's practical knowledge. And Butch, because he came from such a playing background, his father was such a great player, he was able to meld the two of those. You know, if you look at the way most teachers teach today, they speak, it's like they're all speaking Esperanto. He's singing from a different import. You know,
There's a baseball from the town you live. His name is Bert Inks. Yeah, the old bridegrooms. I think they changed their name because so many guys got married that season.
Butch is sitting there cracking jokes because he knows he's done all the work. He's kept it simple for his players.
And went to Notre Dame. And he's buried in that town too, Oak Park Cemetery.
Because of his link to Tiger. But I would point to his work with Jimmy Walker. Tiger was always, you know, Tiger worked with innumerable coaches, and he was number one with all of them, with all the swings.
He was a pitcher.
But they did. But I knew Jimmy Walker before and after. I knew Jimmy Walker when he was struggling to
What was his best season here? The best season probably was his rookie year.
And I asked him, you know, what was the difference?
Well, he wasn't too bad in 1894. Have you? Does he have baseball cards and tobacco cards from back in the day? Do those exist?
For Craig Harmon, Dick Harmon, Billy Harmon, Butch Harmon, but they've overlooked a lot of phenomenal teachers. Walter Travis taught Bobby Jones how to putt. Before Walter Travis, Bobby Jones was one of the majors. After Walter Travis, he won more than 20. Without Walter Travis, Bobby Jones and Beano Masters, and we wouldn't be sitting here. Walter Travis is overlooked. Alex Morrison taught Henry Picard, who taught Ben Hogan. And he taught Jack Brown, who taught Jack Nicholson. Why Alex Morrison and Walter Travis aren't in the Hall of Fame is beyond me. So there's a lot of overlooking in the Hall of Fame as it relates to teachers. They're too important to me not to have a spot in the Hall of Fame. Well said, quick, because we have, we'll continue to. There is a teacher bar. There is a teacher Hall of Fame. But there is, you think Butch gets in?
I do think he gets it. He's a personage to me. He's beyond what's instructed.
There's a teacher Hall of Fame, not within the World Hall. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, thank you. We know the Harmons, that is golf royalty, quite a family. His dad, Paul, 1948 Masters champ, he said Butch, I heard Dad was a great player, a great teacher. Butch in the early days caddying for his pop when the guys dropped by, the foot, wing foot, the guys being sneezed and married. Okay. Extraordinary life in golf. Butch Harmon.
Bookstores. I read that one. I read that one. I read that. I didn't read that one. Didn't read that one.
I feel like you have to find a card of his and put that into the collection. And maybe we'll do some research on it tomorrow. All right, we're at the 45-minute mark. No orders coming in, so I think the writing is on the wall. Let's hope for a better one tomorrow. Rex, have a great night. Anyone who's lurking and listening in the background, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. Bye-bye.